Chapter 3564. As the first great battle finally began, the three observation fortresses from the third universe behind the allied forces of various races in the second universe were filled with curses. Regardless of whether it was Long Huai, the Overwatch Council's president who represented the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, Long Ziwen, the imperial family's resident elder who represented the immortal dynasty, Gong Xingtian, the deputy palace master of the Dijue Palace who represented the Shijue Celestial Palace, or even Zhan Tu, the eyebrowless ancestor, and the others, all of them cursed loudly. After all, they did not want to see the second universe lose this battle. More importantly, if that happened, it would make Sha Baofeng, the heaven-defying monster who had become the commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet, even more powerful. Once he became the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, it would be even more troublesome. He would be even more difficult to deal with. With his ability and means, if he really became the deputy patriarch of the Tianji clan, wouldn't the clan's foundation and resources all be reduced to resources for his growth? Damn it, are the elders of the various races in the second universe's federation full of sh*t? They actually let the enemy take the initiative like this. They're too stupid. Can't they see how slippery that guy is? Previously, he had nibbled away more than 30 young geniuses of various races step by step. The rhythm was too obvious. It was clearly deliberate. At first, he was just luring the enemy in. The situation is not good. A huge fleet of millions has been turned into such a situation in the hands of these old guys. If it were in the dynasty, the commander would be executed on the spot. I'm so angry. A group of guys who don't understand the art of command. A good overall camp has now been turned into a mob. This side is bombarding the other side's defense. What happened to the agreed unified command and dispatch? Their minds are full of sh*t. The opportunity has been lost, and the situation has just been settled. What we can do now is to try to stabilize the rhythm as much as possible and then find a way to disrupt the enemy's camp. Otherwise, there will be no chance to reverse the situation. Let's see how they deal with it. Presumably, in terms of creating chaos, that group of brainless elders of various races should have some unique means. Otherwise, there is really no need to continue this battle. As the three observation fortresses from the third universe roared, the huge coalition army of the second universe finally stabilized after the initial chaos and the destruction of 70,000 to 80,000 battleships of various models. All the warships had successfully raised their energy shields. This way, the number of casualties would be reduced. It was no longer possible for hundreds or thousands of people to die. After all, with the energy shield of the shipboard defense system, as long as it was not the antimatter death ray, the other shipboard energy cannons would have a certain amount of defensive buffering ability. Even if the ship was damaged, it would be extremely limited. This was also why planar-level space battles would often last several years or even decades once they started. On one hand, there were too many battleships participating in the battle. On the other hand, the Tsong clan had defensive light shields. As long as it was not a sneak attack, the damage ratio was very small. Both sides had very powerful weapons. The ability to fight for a long time. After the problem of casualties and battle damage was alleviated, the counterattack of the allied forces of the various races in the second universe quickly returned to normal. At first, it was chaos. Scattered energy light pillars were shot out one after another. Later, they finally formed a rhythm with the opposing camp, and they fired in unison. One wave. Then the battle between the two sides was in full swing. The entire vast void was never quiet, and it was always roaring. Then, from the two corners of the huge coalition army of the second universe, some small fortresses with special functions and even large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters began to rush out from the two corners into the battlefield. They wanted to get close to the opposing camp and carry out some kind of war plan. After all, although both sides had stabilized their attacks, in terms of the overall situation, the coalition army of the second universe was basically being suppressed. They had to break this unfavorable situation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not blind. He quickly saw through the opponent's plan and immediately mobilized dozens of large fortresses to focus on these assault battleships. Soon, all of them were beaten back, and no one dared to show up again. Although 100,000 kilometers of the void was not too far away, it was obviously not easy to cross over and appear in the enemy camp to create chaos in such a large void battlefield where the light beams of battleship cannons were as dense as rain. After this plan was aborted, the coalition army of the Second Universe quickly launched a second wave of secret small-scale operations. More than 10,000-meter large fortresses directly performed a space jump, traversing 100,000 kilometers of the void and suddenly appearing in the camp of the coalition army of the First Universe. Then, they immediately launched a full-scale self-detonation. Although there were a few large fortresses that were discovered in time by the large fortresses nearby, they were directly wiped out by the energy light beams of the antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters, and the crisis of self-detonation was averted. However, there were still 4 large fortresses that succeeded in the sneak attack. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge roar as 4 massive fireballs instantly exploded in the massive camp of the First Universe's slave race coalition army. These suicidal fortresses carried a large amount of high-yield explosive energy, and when they suddenly exploded, a small region of the star field around them was affected. In an instant, thousands of fortresses of various types of battleships were damaged around these 4 massive fireballs that soared into the sky. Fortunately, they were supported by energy shields, or else they would have been blown up on the spot. Yi Xian was immediately frightened. He had not expected the opponent to have such a move. This was practically a terrorist attack. Were these fellows from the Second Universe all crazy? They were completely suicidal. And this was only the first wave of 10 fortresses. If there were a few more waves, the entire First Universe fleet would be completely disrupted. In the midst of the chaos, Yi Xian immediately issued new orders. Immediately mobilize 110,000-meter large fortresses of the Tianji clan and perform a space jump with the same method. Enter the enemy camp and self-detonate. Damn it, you want to see who is more ruthless? There are no humans in my fortresses at all. They are all intelligent robots. Let's see who is better. Of course, there was one thing he did not dare to say. That was, even if all of them were humans, he would not feel any heartache. More deaths would be more satisfying. Anyway, the 2 camps that were fighting and tormenting each other were all his enemies. It would be best if they all perished together. Hum, hum. A series of buzzing sounds that shook the void rang out. 110,000-meter-tall fortresses that were filled with a large amount of explosive energy and were completely controlled by intelligent robots disappeared from their own camp at the first moment. When they reappeared, they were already in the enemy camp 100,000 kilometers away, and they immediately launched their own self-defense. They exploded. Chapter 3565. Boom! Rumble. 110,000-meter-tall fortresses directly jumped, traversing 100,000 miles of void space, and appeared among the allied forces of various races in the Second Universe. Then, they began to self-destruct. The rumbling sounds of explosions rang out endlessly, and 100 fireballs exploded. Even though all the battleships of the allied forces of various races in the Second Universe had already put up energy shields, there were too many 10,000-meter-tall fortresses that had jumped over. For a moment, many battleships were affected and directly exploded. The number of battleships and fortresses that were destroyed reached thousands. It could be said that the losses were heavy. This scene shocked the elders of various races in the flagship. They were preparing to order a second round of suicidal attacks, but they did not expect the other party to be even more decisive. It was fine if they just followed suit, but they actually went from bad to worse. One time, they threw out 110,000-meter-tall fortresses, completely disrupting their rhythm. Behind the camp, in the 3 observation fortresses from the Third Universe, the angry curses of Long Huai and the others from the Federation's Overwatch Council rang out again. You actually want to compete with the Tianji clan in terms of suicidal jumps and self-destruction? Can you compare the number of battleships to the Tianji clan? All of their people are born experts in battleship construction. In addition, all of their suicidal fortresses are filled with intelligent robots, which do not harm their foundation at all. This is using the lives of our people to compete with their resources. It's not worth it. Why don't you make something more ruthless? If you send 1,000 suicidal fortresses over at once, you can basically determine the outcome of the battle. Yet you feel the pinch. Do you think you're playing house by sending 10? Now you're being checkmated. This round we lost again. Sigh, what a good opportunity for a sneak attack, but in the end we still ended up at a disadvantage. The problem with the leadership is too big. The other side is obviously a unified command. After all, the Heaven's Legacy race is the only overlord in the first universe. All the other slave races have to bow down and listen to their orders. A decisive vanguard commander of the Heaven's Legacy race who killed without hesitation. Sigh, what a good opportunity for a sneak attack, but in the end we still ended up at a disadvantage. The problem with the leadership is too big. This way, we can ensure the unity of the entire faction's offense and defense. On the contrary, everyone in the second universe's alliance army is an equal race. Even the 9 races participating in the war are restraining and restricting each other. It is impossible for them to form a unified command. Just like the jump self-destruct sneak attack just now, it is obvious that none of the races want to lose their people. In the end, there were only 10 suicide castles in the first round. If there were more, not to mention 1,000, even if there were 300 or 500 suicide castles, the overall situation would basically be determined. What a pity! At the same time, on the battlefield where the two sides were fighting, as the 100 suicidal 10,000-meter-tall fortresses that the Heaven's Legacy race had thrown in exploded, the Second Universe Alliance army, which had suffered heavy losses, immediately had some 50,000-meter-tall and 100,000-meter-tall fortresses activate their spaceships. A formless void tremor zone was formed in front of it, preventing the other party from making a suicidal jump and descending again. But at the same time, this also cut off the possibility of them using this method to launch a sneak attack again. All in all, in this wave of sneak attack, the Second Universe Alliance army had completely failed. Not only did they not cause chaos to the other party, but they had also shot themselves in the foot. This made the situation that the Second Universe Alliance army was facing even more unfavorable. Vaguely, it had even affected their morale. Facing this situation, in the flagship of the various fleets of the Second Universe Alliance army, the elders of the various races calmed down and did not carry out any follow-up actions. However, it was obvious that they would not give up just like that. In this battle, they had to achieve a certain degree of success. At the very least, they had to push their huge fleet to the other side of the demon domain. In other words, it was equivalent to occupying the entire demon domain. This was also a death order given to them by the old monsters of the various races. Only in this way could they gain a certain advantage when the main forces of the various races arrived. Only in this way could they ensure that in the following battles, their fleet could slowly advance step by step until they reached the source of all Evil Star Field near the Heaven's Legacy race's headquarters. That was the final goal of the Second Universe Alliance Army's planar war. Not the so-called headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, Heaven's Legacy City. Of course, not many people knew about this at the moment. Apart from the 9-star Lord Old Monsters in the flagship of the 9 races of the Second Universe Alliance Army, even the elders of the various races who were in charge of commanding the fleets of the various races did not know. Although they did not know the final goal of this battle, they were very clear about their mission. Faced with this unfavorable situation, the elders of the various races had no other choice. No matter what, they had to turn the situation around. In this first battle between the vanguards of both parties, even if they could not severely injure the enemy, they had to at least reverse the current unfavorable situation so that they could temporarily stop the war. After adjusting their strategy, they would continue with the second battle. However, judging from the current situation, this goal could not be achieved through conventional means. At this critical moment, the elders of the various races of the Second Universe Alliance Army gritted their teeth and reached a consensus immediately. Launch a surprise attack at the level of the Universe Alliance Army. The enemy's vanguard fleet has more than 100,000-meter-long fortresses. If we send out 20 Universe Alliance Army experts and each of us take down 2 fortresses, we will be able to reduce the enemy's high-end forces by half. That's right. This is equivalent to turning the situation around. We can use this breakthrough as the end of this first battle. As long as we succeed, we will have a suppressive advantage in the second battle after some adjustments. Although it's a 100,000-meter-long fortress, if we send out 20 Universe Alliance Army experts and catch them off guard, they won't be able to launch effective targeted attacks. The mission of each of us taking down 2 fortresses is very likely to be completed, more than 50%. This is worth the risk. The Blood Wrm clan will send out 2 people. 2 from the Cyan Rock clan. A Qianquan elder from the Battle Lion clan is treating the Lion Overlord. We can only send out 1. 1 from my clan. Soon, these old guys reached a comprehensive consensus, and the quota of 20 Universe Alliance Army experts was quickly filled. Chapter 3566. Regarding Yi Xian's orders, the fleet commanders of the First Universe's servant races in the central region of the camp were very confused. Their camp's formation was very stable, and their offense and defense were orderly. If nothing unexpected happened, the outcome of the first battle of this battle could basically be determined. However, now that such a large area had suddenly been vacated in the central region, the ships of several races had all stopped attacking and jumped to the 2 wings. It was bound to affect the favorable situation to a certain extent. It was truly an unwise move. However, they did not dare to question anything. In this regard, as the only overlord of the First Universe, once the Heavenly Legacy race organized a fleet to launch a starry sky battle of this level, the absolute advantage of the command level was displayed. Of course, although the fleet commanders of the servant races did not know what Yi Xian was up to, they could basically guess that he must have a new arrangement, and it would definitely not be small. The order was passed down immediately. The fleet of the servant races stopped attacking and launched a full space jump, moving to the 2 wings of their own camp. In the blink of an eye, a vast passageway hundreds of kilometers long appeared in the central region of the First Universe's huge camp line. It was empty, but in fact, the demon race's spirit warlords, who had been activating the concealment array and guarding the void behind the camp, were slowly advancing into the central region of the First Universe's huge camp line. They were slowly advancing into this newly vacated area. All of this was clearly seen by the fleet commanders of the Second Universe's various races in the opposing camp. Of course, what they saw was only the fleet of the servant races jumping and moving out of a huge starry sky passageway. However, they did not know about the entry of the spirit warlords. They knew. Originally, when such a huge creature entered the battlefield, no matter how careful it was, no matter how much it hid its energy fluctuations, it would still be able to detect some clues. However, at this moment, there was a spatial vibration barrier in front of the Second Universe's camp that prevented suicidal jumping castles from approaching. This was also cut off. The possibility of the warships in their camp monitoring the energy fluctuations on Yi Xian's side was also cut off. That was why its existence was not exposed even after the spirit battle cry entered the void passage in a short dozen seconds and was already in place. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a dozen breaths of time. At this moment, the 20 figures that had rushed out from the Second Universe Alliance army had all entered the void battlefield. While they were rapidly approaching, they still had to dodge the dense rain of ship cannons. Due to the quantity of the light beam, the speed was affected. Otherwise, how could it take more than 10 breaths of time for a Universe Master to cover a distance of 100,000 miles at full speed? The 20 Supreme Experts had also noticed the abnormal behavior of Yi Xian's camp. They didn't know why, but all of them had an inexplicably bad premonition. Their scalps were faintly numb. Subconsciously, they slowed down slightly while communicating with each other using their divine senses. What's the situation? This is a bit like the rhythm of a big move. If we go over like this, won't we be sending ourselves to our deaths? Indeed, something is wrong. I have a bad feeling. The commander of the enemy camp, Sha Baofeng, is definitely not simple. He is so decisive at such a young age. I'm afraid he really has some powerful backup plan. We have to be careful. Don't hesitate. Don't forget that we are the supreme experts of the 15th realm. No matter how powerful his methods are, he can just retreat. It's just that he can't complete the mission. Does he want to keep us here? That's right. The enemy is like this because he saw us attack. It's very likely that he has no choice but to use the empty fort strategy. He's just trying to trick us. Let's do it. Each of us will take 2 large fortresses. After that, we'll retreat immediately in case of any changes. After some communication, the 20 elders of the universe race from the second universe made up their minds and suddenly sped up. They were about to split up and launch a surprise attack on the vast camp line of the fleet of the slave races of the first universe. If they were really allowed to close in and split up to charge at the more than 100,000 meter long space fortresses of their camp, then the result of this battle would be obvious. Although there were supreme experts of the universe race among the slave races of the first universe, not many races would send supreme experts over like this vanguard fleet. Even if they did, it would be the main fleet in the rear. Moreover, Yi Xian didn't have this intention at all. At this moment, seeing that the 20 figures were about to split up, a cruel sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He whispered to himself, "Tisk. This feeling is really amazing. Controlling the life and death of supreme experts. Tisk. This time, it's too big." As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately used his mental energy to contact the Demon Dweller race's great killing weapon that was already in the central region of the camp. He sent a signal to the Demon Dweller race's Star Lord, who was guarding the core node of the great killing weapon, to immediately attack. The other party didn't reply, but they gave the best response with their actions. Hum. Suddenly, a dense amount of weak void trembling sounds rang out. The effect far exceeded the commotion that a large number of void vibrators could create at the same time. Yi Xian even had the illusion that the entire vast and boundless demon domain was trembling under the sudden arrival of this high-frequency buzzing sound. Before he could react, a terrifying behemoth suddenly appeared in the vast passage that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide in the central domain of their camp. It was a super-cosmic megaphone with a maximum diameter of 300,000 meters, which was 600 miles long. More than 2/3 of the entire central domain was occupied by this megaphone. Of course, this was only the trumpet mouth. It extended backward along the trumpet mouth and became smaller and smaller. It extended layer by layer, and each layer was a large circle formed by countless beehive nodes. They were connected by strange pipes made of some special material. Although Yi Xian had already seen this spiritual war of the demonic tribe, he still couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shock when he suddenly saw it again. If even he was like this, there was no need to say much about other existences. Exclamations came from the fleets of the first universe's slaves in their camp. It was even more so among the fleets of the second universe's allied forces. The only difference was their tone. The exclamations from their camp were filled with ecstasy because this big thing must be very powerful at a glance. Cries of surprise rang out from the opposing camp, but they were filled with shock, because they had also realized this point. Chapter 3567. Oh my God, am I hallucinating? What a huge megaphone. It's right in the central region of our camp. Look over there, Senior Shah really has a backup plan. Although this thing's shape is a bit deceptive, it's huge. One look and you can tell it must be a starry sky great killing weapon level existence. There is no doubt that the outcome of the battle has been decided. Lord Shah has taken out all of his hidden weapons. He is going to end the battle with one strike. What happened? What the hell is that big guy? Not good, something big is going to happen. With such a strange shape and such a huge body, this megaphone is definitely not simple. Stop attacking immediately and activate the energy shield at full power. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Old fogies, cancel the mission and come back immediately. As soon as the demonic race's spiritual battle talisman appeared, both sides instantly went into an uproar. Everyone cried out in alarm, and the entire void was in chaos. As for the 20 elders of the Qianquan race from the second universe, it was as if they had made an agreement. Their bodies froze, and their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the giant megaphone that had suddenly appeared. If it was said that they had only vaguely had a bad premonition before, then at this moment, these 20 supreme beings of the 15th realm, without exception, all of their scalps were numb and their backs were cold. Among the top forces in the three universes, except for the Tianji clan and the human race, which had super fortresses more than 100,000 meters in diameter, only the 10 extreme heavenly palaces of the human race was said to have 1 or 2 non-technological products, but they were also enormous in size. A battleship with a diameter of over 100,000 meters. All the other forces, including all the races in the Federation of the Second Universe, had never seen the largest war machine, whether it was a technological battleship or a magical equipment battleship of the Cultivator system, which had a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. However, there was such a huge creature in front of them. With a diameter of 300,000 meters, it was simply terrifying. Just its mouth alone could swallow 3 fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. How could a terrifying war machine of this level be weak? After realizing this, the 20 powerful figures instantly dispelled the idea of continuing to carry out the surprise mission. With a flash of their figures, they immediately wanted to leave. Some people tried to teleport, although it was risky, because the void was filled with interweaving beams of energy from the airship cannons. If they teleported and appeared, they would be directly hit by an energy beam from the antimatter death ray cannons, and they would probably die on the spot. But at the very least, this would allow them to escape from the void that the terrifying megaphone was aiming at as soon as possible. There were also some who chose to retreat in a more conservative and safe way. They did not use teleportation but instead sped up and danced in the interweaving energy beams of the battleship cannons like rain, trying to leave as quickly as possible. However, it was all in vain. Because at this moment, the spiritual battle cry finally roared. There were a total of 18 rings in different sizes in the front and back of the spiritual battle tower. Each ring was connected by strange pipes made of special materials. The number of beehive nodes on each ring was also different. In total, there were over 1,000 beehive nodes on each ring. Tens of thousands of powerful demons were sitting cross-legged in every 3,000-meter-wide beehive node. Then, they opened their eyes and activated the mental power source cores in their brains. Under the guidance of the commanding demons in every beehive node, the surging mental power was transmitted out. Thousands of beehive nodes, thousands of rivers of spiritual power flowed along the pipes and surged toward the core node of the core ring. Then, under the sudden roar of the Star Lord of the demon race, it instantly collapsed like a tsunami roar. The huge roar was deafening, and there was even an invisible tide like an ocean in the starry sky that leaked out from the core node. It followed the 9 outer rings of the spiritual battle cry and continued to expand. In the end, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it faced the huge spiritual battle cry. The huge void of the mouth of the spiritual battle cry completely collapsed. Whoosh, boom, rumble. A clear sound of tearing silk that was as dense as rain resounded in the sky and earth. The void that was hundreds of thousands of miles away was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence shot out. In a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a void vortex that was like a black hole. Plus, there were a total of 3 such void vortexes, all of which were located in the void in front of the huge mouth of the spiritual battle cry. They were separated by a certain distance from each other. The moment they suddenly appeared, these 3 terrifying void vortexes swallowed countless energy beams of light from the ship cannons. At the same time, 6 or 7 figures of the supreme beings of the universe were sucked in by a terrifying force that even they couldn't resist. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the 3 void vortexes. In the vortexes, they completely disappeared. In less than half an instant, more than half of the 20 supreme beings of the universe had fallen. Such terrifying power scared countless experts from both sides. Even Yi Xian was so shocked by this scene that his back was dripping with white sweat. Originally, he thought that this starry sky-killing weapon from the demon race could help him kill 1 or 2 supreme beings of the universe. After all, the supreme beings of the universe of the 15th realm were basically the strongest forces of all the top forces in the 3 universes. It was impossible for a large number of supreme beings of this level to fall. That would cause a great earthquake in the 3 universes, and the endless void of the universe would tremble because of it. However, not only did this terrifying scene appear, but it was also so easy to destroy. 6 or 7 supreme beings of the universe of the 15th realm didn't even have the ability or opportunity to resist, and they were completely wiped out. Of course, this was not all the power of the spiritual battle cry. The key was the 3 void vortexes. That kind of power belonged to the void of the universe. It belonged to the natural power of the way of heaven that couldn't be resisted by humans. How could the supreme beings of the universe resist it? This was also the reason why some of the starry sky dangerous places in the 3 universes, even the supreme beings of the universe didn't dare to easily set foot in. The supreme beings of the universe were powerful, but in the face of the natural power of the way of heaven, they were only ants. In less than half an instant, the spiritual battle cry had obtained a terrifying result that was far beyond Yi Xian's expectation. Perhaps even the star master of the demon race who was guarding the core node of the spiritual battle cry didn't expect such power. After all, this was the first time the entire demon race used this kind of spiritual battle cry. Chapter 3568. What's going on? Where did the turbulence vortex come from? Oh my God, several people have been swallowed. Are the universe state experts going to die? What terrifying power! Even the space within a radius of several 100,000 li is being torn apart. Countless turbulent streams of space are surging about, forming 3 vortexes that can devour everything. Is this the newest technological achievement of the Heaven's Legacy Clan? No, it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Fate Clan. There are no visible pillars of light. It's not an energy attack, nor is it a frequency attack similar to the void oscillators. It's invisible, but it's terrifyingly fast and penetrating. It's the mental power of the demons. I understand the function of the megaphone now. It can be magnified infinitely. No demon expert's mental power can be so horrifying, not even the super old monsters beyond the Star Lord state. That's the power of the entire race. There must be countless demons gathered in the countless beehives of the megaphone. Experts. Trickling streams converge into an ocean, roaring and collapsing the void. Just as the spiritual battle cry roared, all the attacks from the battleships, fortresses of the 2 camps had basically stopped. This was because the experts controlling the battleships had been completely stunned and had forgotten to continue the work at hand. Of course, the Heavenly Fate Clan's vanguard fleet, which was controlled by smart robots, was an exception. They simply ignored everything and continued firing rhythmically in an orderly manner. However, all of this was really not important. It could even be said that it was not important. This was because with the death of the 6 or 7 powerful beings of the 15th realm of the enemy camp, this invisible but terrifying majestic spiritual shockwave, after ravaging the vast void between the 2 camps, and after that, it became even more terrifying. It had already charged into the enemy's side as soon as possible. Crack, boom, boom. The defense line, which had been established by dozens of fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters by activating the void oscillators on the warships, collapsed almost instantly. Then, there were deafening explosions that felt like the sky was collapsing. What happened next was too gory. This vast and terrifying invisible spiritual power, which was like a tsunami in space, instantly rushed into the huge enemy camp. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were hundreds of thousands of warships of various types. Only a few small fortresses and large fortresses had time to perform a space jump, dodging further behind or not being affected by the giant spiritual tsunami. Almost all the ships outside of the 2 sides of the camp were affected. In an instant, more than 100,000 warships of various types were like paper. Under this invisible spiritual hurricane, they did not even last half an instant before they all collapsed and broke into pieces. However, this was not the end of it. Although the formless spiritual hurricane had reached this place and its power had basically passed the most powerful period of eruption, its remnant power still remained. After destroying the hundreds of thousands of battleships, fortresses, the remnant power of the psychic hurricane spread out. In the blink of an eye, it reached even more battleships that did not manage to escape in time. Although not many battleships were destroyed this time, they were more or less damaged. It was unavoidable. At this point, the power of this wave of mental hurricane was basically exhausted. The price of the allied forces of the Second Universe was the death of 7 supreme beings, as well as more than 100,000 warships, fortresses, and fortresses of all kinds. Of course, there was also the invisible fighting spirit and morale. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it had only been a dozen seconds since the roar of the war cry had been completely exhausted. A dozen seconds, but the change seemed to have been a lifetime ago. Before, the entire void was filled with all kinds of battleships, but now, countless battleship wrecks were flying in the air. The vast void within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles had collapsed, filled with countless different-sized space cracks. In every void crack, there were some terrifying void turbulence surging out. The densest area had already formed 3 chilling void turbulence vortexes that looked like black holes. Moreover, the 3 turbulence vortexes were obviously expanding outward, and the invisible suction force they emitted was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, a large number of warship wreckages were already moving toward the 3 turbulence vortexes. At first, Xianxia didn't react to this, but the other side had already jumped and hid in the large fortresses on both sides of the camp. At this moment, the roars of several Star Lords echoed, which made him realize what was going on. He immediately shrank his neck, feeling as if he had made a big mistake. The realization. Not good. This corner of the void is about to collapse. The 3 turbulence vortexes are expanding. Once they reach a certain scale, they won't be able to be stopped. At that time, an enormous void black hole will form here, slowly devouring the plane of the first universe. No matter how vast it is, there is no need to fear it in the short term. However, the plane-level natural wormhole behind us will fall. In the future, it will be impossible to jump directly from the second universe to the wormhole. This plane. Stop it. We have to find a way to stop it. The consequences are too serious. Our races can't bear it. The losses are too heavy. If that's the case, the races of the second universe will be completely suppressed by the humans of the third universe. If they want to enter the first universe, they can only jump from another wormhole like borrowing someone else's land. That's too passive. There's nothing more to say. Old friends, let's attack together. In this situation, only when the 9 of us join forces and use all our strength to stimulate the power of the laws of the universe that we each control to form a large net of laws to stabilize this collapsing void. Only then can it be under the power of the laws of the universe. Next, self-repair and avoid complete collapse. As these words that revealed boundless anger spread out, 9 extremely dazzling pillars of light suddenly rushed out from the countless battleships in the opposite camp that were in chaos. They soared into the sky. Although their colors were different, their speed was extremely fast. Even Xianxia, who was as strong as he was, couldn't do anything. Following their trajectory, these 9 pillars of light rushed out from 9 large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They went straight to the sky. After reaching a height of 1,000,000 miles, they all exploded, turning into countless light threads of different colors that scattered in all directions. They quickly intertwined and slowly moved down toward the countless cracks of various sizes. The void pressed down. Chapter 3569. Obviously, these 9 different colored pillars of light were the handiwork of the 9 Star Lord old monsters of the 9 great races of the second universe who were in charge of their vanguard fleet. Although they did not make a move in the battle, and even when the universe realm fell, they were indifferent. However, when this void was destroyed by the terrifying power of the spirit Warpula, it triggered 3 void turbulence vortexes. It was very likely that it would cause the natural wormhole that connected this star field to the second universe to appear. The moment the mouth fell, they did not hesitate to make a move. Moreover, they worked together to weave this stunning net of laws, successfully preventing the continued destruction of this corner of the void. Although there would definitely be Star Lord old monsters participating in the planar space war in the later stages, in the early stages, both sides would restrain themselves. It was impossible to throw such a level of power into the battlefield from the beginning. Even if they appeared, they would at most be in charge of the rear to prevent some unexpected situations from happening, such as now. This was also a game rule that the top forces of the three Great Plains secretly followed in this planar space war. It could be said to be adhering to the rules. After all, of all the top forces in the three major planes, the top power that was displayed in front of the stage was only the Universe Masters of the 15th Realm. If the Star-Lord Old Monsters were sent out so easily, such a move to limit the Universe Masters to the strongest power in front of the stage would be meaningless. From this point of view, Xianxia and the demon race were actually breaking the rules this time. After all, in the core node of the Spirit Warpola, there was a Star-Lord level demon race old monster overseeing it, and not only was it overseeing it, the terrifying attack of the Spirit Warpola before, this demon race Star-Lord old monster was monster, it was clearly the core presiding power. However, due to the special nature of the Spirit Warpola, everyone knew that it must require tens of millions of demon race experts to activate their spiritual power at the same time and gather it in one place. Coupled with the special structure of the Spirit Warpola, only then could such a terrifying power effect be created. If the Star-Lord Old Monster showed up, no one would doubt the fact that the demon race had broken the rules and used the power of a Star-Lord Old Monster. Otherwise, this interplanar space war would have gone completely out of control from the moment the Vanguard fleet clashed. In terms of the combat power of the Star-Lords, there were still 9 such terrifying beings in the second universe. Although the demon's mental battle aura had appeared and was enough to awe everyone for a short time, it was still impossible for it to suppress 9 Star-Lords at the same time. No one would believe it. Because of this, the spiritual battle cry immediately activated the concealment formation and retreated after the first attack. This was partly because the tens of millions of demonkin powerhouses in the beehive nodes needed some time to recover their spiritual power. After all, they had used all their strength just now. All of his mental power poured out of his head. On the other hand, he was worried that the Star-Lord Old Monsters in the enemy camp would attack in anger. It would be a pity to destroy the Spirit War loudspeaker, but if the other party pulled out a Star-Lord Old Monster from the Spirit Warpola, it would be really troublesome. If one side brazenly broke the rules that both sides had tacitly followed, then the other side would definitely not continue to abide by them. Moreover, they would retaliate as soon as they confirmed this fact. At that time, the entire Vanguard fleet of the First Universe's allied forces would not be able to leave this area. The starry sky. They would be the target of the other party's revenge and vent their anger. And now, as the Spirit Warpola activated the concealment formation, it had retreated to the void behind it and disappeared without a trace. Coupled with the special structure of the Warpola and the terrifying fact that tens of millions of demon race experts had joined forces to attack, it made people feel that it was an acceptable fact to be able to display such power. It would not be possible to associate it with the Star-Lord Old Monster. Therefore, although the 9 Star-Lord Old Monsters from the second universe were angry at the moment, they did not continue to appear after joining forces to control the continued collapse of this void. They directly fell silent. It was not that they did not want to kill people in anger, but they were trying their best to restrain themselves. Although the 9 Star-Lord Old Monsters were strong, they might not be taken seriously by the Tianji clan. Besides, this was the first universe, their territory. They did not dare to break the rules and use the Star-Lord strength to participate in the battle. Seeing that the 9 Star-Lord Old Monsters in the enemy camp did not make any follow-up movements, Yi Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, was completely relieved. At this point, the outcome of this battle had been completely decided. The second universe's allied forces had been defeated, and even 7 of the 15th Realm's Universe Grand Masters had fallen. Although this result was tragic, for the entire second universe, it was obviously far from unbearable. Therefore, after the complete collapse of the void in this corner of the battlefield was effectively contained, the fleet camp of the various races of the second universe on the opposite side also began the post-war war. The reorganization. Yi Xian did not continue to pursue the victory and beat the dog when it was down. He still understood the principle of stopping while he was ahead. If he really forced the other party into a corner, it would be bad if the dog jumped over the wall in desperation. In any case, the harvest was shocking enough. There was no need to continue fighting. Moreover, the thousands of kilometers of the battlefield void in front of them, including the central battlefield domain, was still under the restraining power of the law net, which stopped the complete collapse. At this moment, it was slowly in the process of self-recovery, and it was not suitable to immediately start a star battle. Therefore, seeing that the other party did not fly into a rage out of humiliation and had no intention of launching a desperate counterattack, the entire huge formation line was shrinking inward and retreating backward. Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered all the flagships of the slave races on his side to retreat and reorganize the formation. The order to calculate the losses. The first battle of this plane-level star battle came to an end just like that. Yi Xian immediately used his spiritual power to contact the spirit battle cry and ask about the tens of millions of demon experts in the nearly 1,000 beehive nodes of the battle cry. Luo Yunyang also possessed a mind source core, so he had a good understanding of the mind power of a demon. Using up all of one's mind power in an instant was extremely crazy, so not everyone could withstand it. Some people would be able to recover after some rest, while others would most likely die on the spot. The truth was as expected. Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong quickly responded to Yi Xian. Tens of millions of demons were all recovering at full strength. It would take at least 3 days for them to use the spirit battle cry again. Moreover, in that attack just now, no less than 30,000 demon experts had died on the spot. Although the spiritual battle talons were not attacked by the enemy camp, just the fact that it was their own side that caused this kind of casualty ratio to reach close to 1 in 1,000. It had to be said that this was definitely a very heavy one. Chapter 3570. After the end of the first battle, both sides retreated tens of millions of kilometers. Although the two sides were still facing each other, the distance between them had already exceeded the range of a large fortress with a diameter of over 100,000 meters. Therefore, the tense atmosphere of war that had been shrouding this part of the void for some time finally dissipated and was relieved for the time being. In less than half a day, the space that had almost collapsed in the previous great battle had been completely restored to its original state. After all, it was an enormous universal plane with its own mysterious laws of operation. Even the most powerful experts were only qualified to touch the surface of it. As for the Star Lords, they would only be able to touch the surface of it. The plane had a strong self-healing ability. Such a small-scale collapse of the void wasn't a serious problem. After retreating to a relatively safe place in the distant void, both sides began to calculate the damage and make various adjustments. These data were quickly revealed. This was the result of the battle and could be used to boost morale, so there was no need to cover it up. Of course, that was referring to the coalition army of the slave races of the first universe, led by Yi Xian. As for the races of the second universe, they were the losers in the battle. They could only hold their noses and endure the mockery. However, in the dark, they were obviously planning for the follow-up battle. Intergalactic battles on the level of planes often lasted for years or even decades. The victory or defeat of a battle at the beginning of the battle really didn't mean much. However, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, it should be because of the name Sha Baofeng. This battle had completely made it famous in the 3 great universes. He had become one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses in the world. In this battle, Sha Baofeng's personal talent and commanding ability were both stunning. In terms of personal talent, the more setbacks he faced, the braver he became. After being brutally abused by young Master Ling Hu, he actually went against the flow. In terms of mechanical fusion abilities, he had a qualitative change in understanding. He single-handedly challenged a large group of young elites from the various races of the second universe. He killed and captured, and his limelight was unparalleled. He was definitely as brutal as the young master of Linghu clan or the young master of the Netherworld clan. It was safe to say that the alloy battle god's invincibility in space became a legend for a while. As for the individual battlecraft battle commander, although this battle didn't reveal too much of his magnificent commanding skills, the battle results that he had obtained couldn't be denied. More than 200,000 warships, fortresses, and fortresses of various models were destroyed in the battle. 7 grand cultivators had died. As a young commander who had never been to a space battle before, and in a plane-level space battle, he should be proud of his achievements. The three universes were in an uproar when the news spread out. The Heavenly Fate clan released an official statement to commend Sha Baofeng, the commander of the Vanguard fleet, as well as all the experts of the slave races who had participated in the battle. On the second universe's side, the major races were roaring like thunder, especially the races of the more than 30 young experts who had died or been captured by Yi Xian. They even said that they wanted Yi Xian to wash his neck clean and wait. They would take his head in the next battle. In addition, the races behind the dozen or so young experts of the second universe who had been captured alive were clamoring for Yi Xian to release them immediately. Otherwise, once they were captured, they would definitely beg for death. They also said that Yi Xian's act of capturing his opponents in a fair battle on the individual level and claiming that he would roast them later was simply outrageous and had crossed their bottom line. If they didn't release them immediately, the races of the second universe wouldn't rule out the possibility of sending their grand cultivators to assassinate him. At that time, they wouldn't say that the seniors were bullying the juniors. In the face of this threat, Yi Xian sneered. He immediately appeared in the central region of the battlefield and declared his stance in front of all the experts of the second universe's united forces. You still have the nerve to say that it was a fair battle? Clearly, I'm the one fighting all of you alone. Why didn't you talk reason first when you swarmed up? Now that you've been defeated so thoroughly, you're using this kind of trick. It's too disdainful. In addition, are the grand cultivators of the universe that awesome? It seems that I've killed 7 of them in just this battle, right? They're all elders of the races of the second universe's federation. Do you think it's too little? If that's the case, just send them over. I'll kill as many as they come. I won't refuse. Then, as if to prove his determination, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned a set of tables and chairs. He placed them in the void of the central region of the battlefield and sat down. There were knives and forks on the table, but the plate was directly omitted. The huge table was just a plate. At the same time, at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano in the central region of the space inside the Shenong cauldron, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the nearly 20 elites of the second universe's various races who had just been thrown in and imprisoned in the prison of the mountain wall not long ago had yet to recover from the intense shock and horror in their hearts. Among the huge corpses that were randomly placed on the central region's plain at the bottom of the volcano, then one of them flew up on its own. It was the gold iron-horned rhinoceros with a body size of 20,000 feet. The head of this gold iron-horned rhinoceros was completely pierced through from the top to the lower jaw. It died at that time, but the corpse was left behind by Yi Xian because he had never tasted rhinoceros meat before. At this moment, the huge body of the gold iron-horned rhinoceros floated up automatically. Its right hind leg instantly separated from its body and floated up. The rhinoceros body that was missing a strong right leg fell to the ground again. Anyway, everything in the Shenong cauldron could be kept fresh forever. Yi Xian didn't have to worry about it rotting. He could eat it and use it at any time. However, considering that there were still some living people imprisoned in the prison of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano, they had to be kept for a long time in the future. If these corpses were left in front of them for a long time, they would be scared out of their wits. The mental pressure they had to bear was too great. Therefore, at this moment, after the corpse of the gold iron-horned rhinoceros fell to the ground of the central region's plain at the bottom of the volcano automatically cracked open a crack. All the corpses fell into the ground through the crack. There, Yi Xian opened up another independent sealed space specially used to store blood. Meat was eaten, including the more than a dozen corpses of ancient creatures with terrifying auras that he had taken out from the source of all evil star field. They were quietly stuffed in by him. At that time, he didn't alarm Ji Jinghong and the others because he was afraid that these 4 guys would be scared to death. At this moment, as a crack opened in this underground sealed space, the general scene inside was also seen by Ji Jinghong and the others in the prison of the mountain wall around the bottom of the volcano. Chapter 3571. Oh my God, the remains underground. They're definitely not ordinary space beasts. I clearly saw a real phoenix. Although only half of its body is left, it's definitely not an ordinary mixed blood descendant. golden blood is still dripping from the remains. It's a sign that it's infinitely close to a pure blood phoenix. It's the same for the other remains. Almost all of them are still dripping with golden blood, but they're obviously full of death aura. Is that why the remains haven't decomposed? Even the super old monsters in our clan who are beyond the Star-Lord state are far weaker than them. Where did the remains come from? Are they also the result of young Master Ling Hu's battle? That's too shocking. It's impossible. He's not that strong yet, far from it. What's more, although the aura of these remains is strong, the aura of death is strong. It's at least 10,000 years old. This is clearly the precious meat that was originally stored in the Medicine King tripod, and young Master Ling Hu took advantage of it. That should be the case. It's really enviable. Not to mention using this level of precious blood and precious meat to refine heaven and earth great medicines, even if it's simply roasted, it would have great benefits for the evolution of one's physical body. Young Master Ling Hu's luck is truly heaven-defying to have such good food. Can we not talk about that? Look up. The right hind leg of the fine gold iron horn rhinoceros is yours. The four of us saw Lion Bafeng's head being roasted and turned into a braised lion's head. The last words were uttered by Jin Haoyan, the young lord of the Golden Eagle clan, who had always been a man of few words. His words reminded the dozen or so new recruits. They reflexively raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. They subconsciously swallowed their saliva, and their faces turned ashen. In his line of sight, the thick thigh that had just been cut off from the corpse of the fine gold iron horn rhinoceros was being roasted in an orange-red flame. The speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, golden butter began to drip out. The thick leg of the rhinoceros was originally hundreds of meters long, but after being roasted by the orange flames, a lot of impurities had been removed, leaving only the essence behind. It was only 100 meters long. At this time, a rich fragrance of meat spread out. Although the hearts of the nearly 20 fellows in the cage below trembled and were extremely resistant, as soon as this strange fragrance assailed their noses, all of them began to salivate. Their appetite was uncontrollably aroused, and saliva flowed out from the corners of their mouths, causing their faces to turn red with embarrassment. Then they all lowered their heads. In the blink of an eye, the golden right leg that was 100 meters long was roasted and quickly flew away with dripping golden butter. At the same time, in the void of the First Universe's battlefield, Yi Xian casually waved his hand. A golden thigh that was scalding hot and flowing with oil immediately fell from the enormous table in front of him, emitting an incomparably alluring fragrance. The dining table was made of battleship alloy and had a radius of several hundred meters. It was enough to hold this terrifying giant roasted leg. Yi Xian waved the knife and fork in his hand and immediately cut off a piece of meat from the giant rhinoceros leg on the table in front of him. It flew directly into his mouth, followed by the next piece. Although this fine gold iron horn rhinoceros bloodline was not as good as Lion Bafeng's, its meat was incomparably fresh and tender. Moreover, the giant rhinoceros leg that was nearly 1,000 meters long was roasted until it was only 100 meters long. It could be seen that all the impurities had been refined and expelled. This was the beauty of the Shenong unusual flame. It was a weak orange-red monochromatic flame, but it was equally extraordinary. Therefore, everything that was roasted by it was as if it had been refined and purified, leaving only the essence behind. It had a miraculous effect on the evolution of the physical body and could even improve the quality. Even the aroma of the meat was special. Yi Xian was extremely in need of this kind of flesh and blood. Right now, he was walking the path of the evolution of his flesh and blood. Every time he ate this kind of flesh and blood, he would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Energy was accumulated in his body, quietly improving his physique, and when it was accumulated to a certain extent, it would be when it reached a certain point, it would explode and welcome a breakthrough. From Yi Xian's point of view, it wouldn't be long before he returned to the Tianji race. At that time, he would think of a way to enter the inner regions of the Tianji continent, infiltrate the imperial prison, and rescue the past generations of the imperial demon race. During this process, there was a high possibility of accidents happening. Before that, Yi Xian hoped to increase his cultivation realm as much as possible. He had just broken through once not long ago, and was now in the 11th stage, the Mystic Light Realm 4th stage. According to his plan, it would be best if he could push the evolution of his physical body to the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage. Then he would consume a bottle of level 12 liquid and enter the 12th stage, the Void Realm. This way, he would have a much higher chance of success during the second trip to the Tianji city. At this time, as Yi Xian's wrist continued to move, large pieces of golden meat automatically flew into his mouth. Although this roasted rhino leg was 100 meters long, to Yi Xian, it really wasn't that big of a thing. This was because it was the essence of the meat, and it melted in his mouth. No matter how much he ate, he wouldn't feel full. Instead, every inch of his flesh and blood felt like it was slowly being nourished. This scene was too strange. In the boundless void of the universe, a lonely figure was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was a huge alloy table, and on the table was a huge golden roasted rhino leg. Pieces of meat flew up and entered his mouth without stopping. However, in the void tens of millions of kilometers away, there was an enormous army of 1,000,000 battleships. All the experts inside and outside the battleships were looking at the lonely figure who was feasting in the middle of the void. All of them were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. That's right, these guys were indeed stunned. No one had expected that Yi Xian would actually eat as he pleased. He had even roasted one of the rhino's hind legs in advance. At this moment, in front of the army of 1,000,000 battleships and countless experts of the second universe's various races, he was slowly eating. This wasn't just a matter of words. This was a provocation. It was simply a slap in the face. And it was the kind of slap that wouldn't stop. In the enemy camp, tens of millions of li away, earth-shaking roars and roars quickly sounded. Damn it, what is this kid trying to do? How dare he openly provoke and slap us in the face? Is he crazy? This is clearly forcing our Qianquan tribe elders to take action in anger. There's a conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Previously, he seemed to have used this method to lure 20 of our Qianquan elders to attack. In the end, before they even arrived, he took out a terrifying giant cosmic megaphone. This brat is too evil. He clearly has the same intention this time. He wants to use the hind leg of the gold essence iron-horned rhinoceros to lure our Qianquan tribe elders out and then use that damned cosmic loudspeaker to launch a sneak attack? Chapter 3572. 100-meter-long roasted rhinoceros leg was indeed a huge piece of food, but as Yi Xian's wrist flapped, it only took a little more than a minute for the entire roasted rhinoceros leg to be reduced to a skeleton. All of the golden rhinoceros meat had gone into Yi Xian's stomach. Countless experts from both camps rolled their eyes at this scene, and they cursed in their hearts. Some of them even secretly wiped the corners of their mouths and unconsciously drooled. Although they couldn't smell the aroma of the roasted rhinoceros leg from tens of millions of kilometers away in the void of the universe, everyone knew that it must be delicious just by looking at how Yi Xian was chomping down on it. Yet, such a delicacy had fallen into the stomach of a robot. This made many people curse in their hearts, and they were about to curse out loud. It was simply a waste of God's good gifts. After eating the 100-meter-long roasted rhinoceros leg, Yi Xian's qi and blood immediately surged. He felt like he was about to break through, but he was just a little bit away. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating whether to add more fire and roast another leg, someone from the opposing camp finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Kid, it's not that this old man is bullying you, but you've gone too far. If I don't keep you here today, I'm afraid that the 3 major planes will laugh at our second universe for having no experts. These words were not loud, but they clearly reached the ears of the countless starry sky masters in the huge fleets of the 2 camps, causing them to tremble and feel like they wanted to crawl on the ground. A Star Lord monster. This was clearly a Star Lord monster overseeing the flagship of the 9 major races in the second universe who couldn't stand it anymore. An existence of this level wouldn't appear in the early stages of a planar-level space battle, unless there was a huge accident like the previous one where a large part of the void was about to collapse completely. As they trembled, countless experts from both camps gloomily cursed in their hearts. But now, The young commander of the Heavenly Fate clan's vanguard fleet had actually infuriated a Star-Lord old monster who had been restraining himself all this while. There was no one else who was capable of stirring up trouble, and he was definitely on par with young Master Ling Hu and young Master Hades. As expected of a peerless genius of the same level. Through the Starry Sky Network, all of this was transmitted to the major clans in the first universe. There were even some scout battleships that were responsible for the transmission of information, transmitting the live images out of the first universe. Therefore, countless experts in the second universe and the third universe, where the human race was located, also saw this scene. For a moment, the three universes were filled with sighs and sighs. The Tianji clan had finally produced a little demon king. First, he learned from Ling Hu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master, embarking on the path of a starry sky foodie of no return. Now, he had almost learned the two's ability to cause trouble. With these guys causing trouble, the three universes' planes would never disappear in the future. It stopped. It was true that every family had its own problems. Even the Tianji clan was the same. Among the electronic intelligent life forms, there could also be super prodigals and troublemakers. Before he finished speaking, an incomparably terrifying aura had already soared into the sky from a 100,000-meter-long fortress behind the enemy camp tens of millions of miles away. It transformed into a giant palm of the universe, quickly grabbing toward the void where Yi Xian was. This was clearly the rhythm of directly capturing Yi Xian and suppressing him. Seeing this scene, countless experts from the three universes turned pale with horror, and some of them had already begun to sigh. This peerless evildoer of the Tianji clan who had appeared out of nowhere was too arrogant. Moreover, he didn't know how to adapt to the circumstances. He had already learned from the mistakes of young Master Ling Hu and young Master Netherworld. But he was still so rampant. Now, he had finally provoked a Star-Lord old monster to make a move. This time, there was no way he could escape. He would be completely reduced to a tragic state in front of countless experts from the three universes. After all, it was a Star-Lord old monster who had made a move. He was already powerless to overturn the heavens and could not escape the fate of being suppressed. Yi Xian sneered, calm and fearless. At least he still had a trump card, which was that he could use the interstellar coordinate jump ability at any time and leave in an instant. Previously, he had already ordered the devouring system in his body to prepare for this in advance. In addition, Yi Xian was also confident that the Star-Lord old monster who was roaring toward him would not make a move in the end. This was because he had already expected this and was prepared for it. Boom! Just as the roaring giant energy palm that blotted out the sky was only a few hundred miles away from Yi Xian, a black golden head that was 100 meters in size suddenly descended from the void in front of Yi Xian. With a bang, it slammed into the huge alloy table that was suspended in front of him. This was the ferocious head of a one-legged golden crow. Back in the origin of all evil star field, the Netherworld furnace had once spat out a one-horned golden crow that it regarded as trash. It was 1,000 feet long, but only half of its body was visible. Its flesh and internal organs were all pale gold, and the surface of its body was covered with black feathers. This one-legged golden crow that had fallen at an unknown time had black feathers all over its body. Not only were there specks of golden light flashing, but its entire body was also enveloped by golden flames that surged out of its body. However, these golden flames were not pure and had gray spots. Its aura was an existence that had surpassed the Star-Lord old monster level. At that time, the mechanical demon bug could only look at it from a distance of 10,000 miles. Once it got close, the mechanical demon bug's alloy body would collapse. However, when it walked out of the Netherworld furnace, taking advantage of the fact that the layer of energy protection that the headless infant corpse had not yet formed on the surface of its body. After that, Yi Xian conveniently stored the remains of the golden crow and the remains of a dozen primordial creatures into the Shenong cauldron inside him. The remains of the golden crow were still inside the Shenong cauldron, but Yi Xian had already taken out its head, which had been roasted with the orange flames of the Shenong cauldron. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shrunk to the size of 100 meters. It had to be noted that the golden crow's entire body was more than 1,000 feet long. It was enormous. Not only did the orange-red fire of the Shenong cauldron completely refine all the dregs in the one-legged golden crow's head, it even completely obliterated the sharpness of its bloodline aura. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have had a cup on the spot if he took out the giant alloy dining table in front of him from the cauldron. He couldn't bear it. However, that didn't mean that the aura of its level was completely gone. After all, it was the remains of a primordial creature that had surpassed the Star Lord state. The orange flames of the Shenong cauldron could eliminate the sharpness of the flesh, but not the aura of its level. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian took out the head of the one-legged golden crow and smashed it onto the table in front of him, the enormous palm that was rumbling towards him from hundreds of kilometers away seemed to have responded and instantly came to a halt. After pausing in the air for a short moment, it immediately retreated. Chapter 3573. In the void in front of them, the enormous hand retreated rapidly. It traveled millions of miles in the blink of an eye, stirring up a storm and raging in the sky. At the same time, in a flagship fortress at the rear of the enemy's camp, the Star Lord of a certain race from the second universe, who launched the overwhelming palm, exclaimed in shock, "What? A Sector Lord level golden crow? That's impossible!" Rumble. Before his voice fell, the giant palm that was rapidly retreating had already collapsed midway, turning into a terrifying energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, spreading out. It was obviously because the Star Lord was so shocked that his mind was in a mess. He couldn't even control the technique that he had just used, and it collapsed on its own in the void. All of this happened too quickly and too unexpectedly. Countless experts from both sides were unable to react in time. At this moment, their minds were in chaos. Just like the void where the gigantic palm had exploded, there was a rumbling sound. The Star Master Old Monster was actually scared away? How was that possible? What was the origin of the bird's head that Baofeng Sha had launched? It was so powerful that even the Star Lord Old Monster was caught off guard. He was so shocked that the divine ability he used collapsed on its own. Immediately afterward, a few more exclamations came from the opposite side of the enemy camp. They were all Star Lords or existences at the level of Universe Masters. Their words were all filled with deep shock. The Sector Lord level? It's the head of a ferocious beast at the Sector Lord level? How is that possible? After the Star Lord level is the Domain Lord level, and after the Domain Lord level is the Sector Lord level. A Sector Lord is the ruler of a large astral zone, and a Sector Lord can dominate an entire universe. There are less than 5 of them in each of the 3 universes, and they haven't been around for tens of thousands of years. This bird head was actually a supreme existence at the World Overlord level? Too shocking, simply unbelievable. Definitely, the bloodline of this one-horned golden crow is extremely pure. Compared to the ancient golden crow of the legends, I'm afraid it's not much different. But this isn't the main point. The only thing I'm concerned about is, this Sector Lord level terrifying bird head, how did that brat obtain it? Look at the golden grease still dripping from the bird's head. It was clearly roasted not long ago. Even a Star Lord wouldn't dare approach it, not to mention cutting off its head and roasting it. How did this kid do it? As expected, there's a scheme. Without a doubt, this person still has powerful methods that we don't know about. He can actually ignore the terrifying might from the corpse of a world overlord. Now that he's tossing out this roasted bird head in front of everyone, it's obvious that he's trying to intimidate them. He does indeed have something to rely on. No wonder he's so arrogant. He's obviously got the remains of a golden crow. He cut off its head and roasted it, but he still has the rest of the golden crow. It's clearly a weapon of mass destruction. He only needs to throw it into the void, and it will be as powerful as a Star Lord. The experts retreated in shock. Damn it! Are we really at a loss for what to do with this kid? Allowing him to be so arrogant and unbridled is truly infuriating. As the sounds of discussion rang out, countless experts from the 2 opposing camps that were tens of millions of kilometers away were dumbfounded. They stared dumbfoundedly at Yi Xian, who had already started to cut off the giant bird's head and arrogantly ate in front of everyone. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. No wonder he dared to provoke and even slap their faces so blatantly, completely ignoring the 9 Star Lords behind the coalition army of the Second Universe. It turned out that he had such a terrifying killing intent in his hands. That was the remains of a terrifying world overlord. Even though it had been dead for tens of thousands of years, its remaining might was still there. That alone was enough to deter the Star Lords and prevent them from acting rashly. So, what was there to be scared of? Although this method was a bit shameless, it had to be said that it was extremely effective. No Star Lord old monster would easily take the risk of facing the terrifying pressure of the remains of a Sector Lord. This trump card would firmly suppress them. As long as it was not a matter of life and death, there was no need to worry. There would be no Sector Lord old monster who would take the risk. For a time, countless sighs echoed in the 2 camps. Even in the distance behind their own camp, in the spirit battle armor that had activated a concealment formation and was hibernating in the void, it was the same, whether it was the Demon Emperor Uncle Mo Qigong and the others, or the Star Master of the demon race. All of them were subdued by Yi Xian's unexpected and terrifying foundation. As for the deputy commander of the Vanguard fleet, Yi Luo, he was completely stunned. He couldn't figure out how Sha Baofeng had done all this. He actually had the remains of a world overlord in his hands. On the contrary, although the old guy Xianxia was stunned at first, he soon understood and guessed the origin of that terrifying bird's head. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed that Sha Baofeng still didn't trust this old man. Previously, in the source of all evil star field, he had done many things behind the scenes. However, he was actually completely unaware and kept in the dark. This caused him to instantly feel depressed and rather aggrieved. He had clearly agreed to be a grasshopper on a rope. Could he still happily wallow in evil? There is not even the most basic trust between people. At the same time, in the void far behind the alliance of the various races in the Second Universe, in the 3 observation fortresses from the Third Universe, there were also exclamations at this moment. Old Ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless ancestor frowned. They exchanged a look without batting an eyelid, and their hearts sank. This brat's methods were indeed terrifying. Putting everything else aside, just based on the top combat strength or great killing weapon in his hands, there were already 2 known of them. Corpse Ancestor Hanba was already at the peak of the 9th rank of the universe, and his cultivation was infinitely close to the Star Lord level. Now, there was another one that was even close to the Star Lord level. Even the monsters were helpless against the remains of the Sector Lord level life form that they could only avoid, from the looks of it. If they wanted to scheme against this person, they had to make another plan. The plan had to be thorough and foolproof before they could make a move. Otherwise, once they alerted the enemy and made the other party vigilant, they might not have a second chance in the future. Thinking of this, Old Ghost Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor exchanged glances again. They could see a deep sense of helplessness in each other's eyes, and they sighed inwardly. Yi Xian didn't care about all this at all. He let the countless experts in the 2 camps in the distance cry out and sigh endlessly. However, he acted as if nothing had happened and ate heartily in front of everyone. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he had finished eating the entire golden crow's head, leaving only a huge skull. In the end, he waved his hand and kept the skull into the undying world in his body. Chapter 3574. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 5. As the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, Yi Xian grinned. As expected, just a single golden crow head was enough for him to successfully break through again. This was the head of a terrifying existence at the Sector Lord level. Even if that one-legged golden crow had fallen countless years ago, and the true essence energy within its flesh had been completely depleted, its terrifying life form was destined to contain the pure energy of Debao within its flesh and blood. It could definitely be said to be a treasure of blood and flesh. It made Yi Xian, a cultivator of the 11th Great Realm, the profound light realm, who was like an ant compared to him, break through 1 or 2 small levels without any suspense. As expected, less than 3 minutes after the first system notification sounded, as the boiling hot energy in Yi Xian's body gradually dissipated, the second and third system notifications sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 6. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 7. Mystic Light Realm Level 7. He had finally stepped into the late stage of this realm. Now, Yi Xian only needed to break through 2 more levels to reach the peak of the Mystic Light Realm Level 9. At that time, he would be able to consume a Level 12 liquid and enter the 12th realm, the Void Realm, soon. Thinking of this, Yi Xian tightly clenched his fists. A sense of pride surged in his chest, but he suppressed it with all his might. Previously, when his flesh and organs were being nourished and tempered by the pure energy from the Golden Crow's head, every inch of his flesh and blood, every pore, was being nourished and tempered by the pure energy from the Golden Crow's head. The multicolored light and auspicious aura emitted from it were all suppressed by him and did not appear. Otherwise, the scene would definitely be one where the precious body was surrounded by multicolored light and auspicious aura and rushed into the sky. If such a scene really happened, it would be troublesome. After all, his current identity was the young upper echelon of the Heaven's legacy race, Sha Baofeng. His body wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. Such a phenomenon would instantly expose everything. After a long time, the surging light within Yi Xian's body gradually came to a stop. It lay dormant within every inch of his flesh and blood, so there was no need to worry about the trouble of overflowing the light from the treasure body. Letting out a light breath, Yi Xian raised his head and swept his gaze over the huge camp of the allied forces of the second universe that was tens of millions of kilometers away. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He turned around and crossed the void, stepped into his own camp, and directly passed through it, heading towards the vast void behind the camp. He quickly disappeared. Not long after, Yi Xian stepped into the interior of an enormous abandoned planet. His figure landed on the peak of a giant mountain, and after passing through a barrier, he saw the demon-human imperial uncle Mo Qigong and the demon-human race's Star Lord Old Monster. The two of them had been waiting here for a long time. They had been waiting for a long time. The momentum is almost there. If there are no accidents, the Heaven's legacy race will appoint you as the first young patriarch. It will come soon. Seeing Yi Xian descend, the Demon King's imperial uncle, Mo Qigong, had a serious expression on his face. He slightly nodded his head and went straight to the point, because we just received news that the Heaven's Legacy clan has confirmed that the previous young patriarch, young Master D, has fallen. However, they did not mention the details. In addition, the Demon Emperor just sent news that the Demon Emperor planet has received an order from the Heaven's Legacy race to not use the spirit battle armor at will. Speaking of this, Mo Qigong's face showed a touch of anger, and he continued angrily, and they also asked us to send the spirit battle armor to the Heaven's Legacy race. They said that several core higher-ups in the race are very optimistic about this newly developed starry sky-killing weapon, but they think that it is still not enough and needs to be improved. This is simply extortion. If we really send it over, it is clearly a meat bun hitting a dog. There is no return. Then what are you going to do? Try to delay or find an excuse to brush off the Heaven's Legacy race. Hearing this news, Yi Xian also frowned. The Heaven's Legacy race obviously had their eyes on the special power of the spirit battle armor. They wanted to get the real thing and use it to research a similar starry sky-killing weapon that could be powered by the Heaven's Legacy race and a large number of cheap intelligent robots. After all, the electronic consciousness, the consciousness of the human race, and the spiritual power of the demon race actually had some similarities in some aspects. As long as they devoted themselves to research, it was not impossible to fiddle with it. Don't forget that the Heaven's Legacy race was known to be extremely talented in the field of mechanical and electronic research. Even the human race's science and technology were far behind. From this point of view, Yi Xian naturally did not want the spirit battle armor to fall into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, he could not control this matter. After all, it involved an entire race, and the stakes were too high. Sure enough, seeing that Yi Xian had hit the nail on the head, Mo Qigong was stunned for a moment. Then, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. Now is not the time to officially break off relations with the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, it is not an existence that is easy to fool. Therefore, even if we are unwilling, we can only hand it over. It is not that we are unwilling to part with it. Without this one, we can still build a bigger spirit battle armor. The key is that we are unwilling to let it fall into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, in the future, we will turn against each other. This is equivalent to helping the enemy. Moreover, this battle armor is the result of the blood and sweat of our demon race. To personally hand it over to the enemy is really. At the end, Mo Qigong once again shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he did not continue speaking. His chest was really suffocating. In that case, how about giving it to me? The ruckus here is almost over, especially with the appearance of the golden crow's head. I'm sure that Di Yi's side can't sit still any longer. The expected transfer order should be coming soon. Yi Xian took over the conversation and said, "You can give the battle armor to me to bring back to the Heaven's Legacy race. Of course, before that, you need to make some modifications to the battle armor. At the very least, you have to ensure that when I need to use it, once the Soldier Dipper race enters the battle armor, they can use it normally at any time. If there is enough time, it is best to let the Soldier Dipper race enter the battle armor a few times after the modifications are completed. After all, once I return to the Heaven's Legacy race, this thing will definitely be taken away immediately. There will be no chance for me to familiarize myself with it. Only after the matter is done and if necessary, can the Soldier Dipper race enter the battle armor and launch a surprise attack as a surprise attack." Chapter 3575. Although the spiritual war talisman was tailor-made for the demon race, the attribute and structure of its core components were most suitable for the transmission of the demon race's mental power. Moreover, it could gather all the mental power gathered at each node at the fastest speed, and in the process, it formed a certain mysterious amplification effect. But in fact, whether it was the mental power of the demon race, the primordial spirit of the human race, the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan, or the unique biological frequency of the various space insects and beasts, although they were all unique in their own ways, they had some similarities in some aspects. The spiritual war talisman was developed and built by the demon race. As long as they were given a certain amount of time, they could definitely modify the spiritual war talisman into a weapon of mass destruction suitable for the unique biological frequency of the Void Soldier Ladle race. In this matter, Yi Xian had confidence in the demon race. After all, they had even created such an imaginative weapon of mass destruction like the spiritual war talisman. It was obviously not too difficult to modify it so that it could be driven by another type of energy. The two sides discussed for a while, and the result confirmed that this method was completely feasible. Therefore, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the Tianji clan fortress that contained the entire Soldier Ladle race, and directly handed it to the demon race imperial uncle, Mo Qigong. Of course, before this, Yi Xian deliberately activated the void marrow crystal that was suspended in his sea of consciousness and communicated with the current leaders of the Soldier Ladle race, who were the two 8-star king ladles, and so on. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to listen to Mo Qigong's orders, cooperate with him to study the unique biological frequency of the Soldier Ladle race, and after the transformation of the spiritual war talisman was completed, move the entire Soldier Ladle race into the spiritual war talisman for collective training. After everything was done, Yi Xian immediately bid farewell to Mo Qigong and the others, and turned to leave. The latter immediately rushed to the spiritual war talisman that had been left somewhere in the void by the concealment formation, and embarked on the journey back to the Demon Emperor planet. The transformation of the spiritual war talisman, as well as the collective training of the Soldier Ladle race after the transformation, would all be carried out secretly on the Demon Emperor planet to prevent the news from leaking out. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Tianji race in the First Universe's central region, in a secret room in a forbidden area of the Tianji continent, Old Man Wenxing, who had just returned from the root of all evil star field, was sitting cross-legged on the pitch-black floor of the secret room. His eyes were closed tightly, and his expression was slightly pained. This was clearly the rhythm of his body being heavily injured and healing. Suddenly, in the dark secret room, a dreamy halo suddenly burst out from the ground not far in front of old ghost Wenxing. It was a holographic three-dimensional screen. After 2 flashes, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion appeared on the screen. This middle-aged man was a clone of the Tianji clan's patriarch, Di. Are you hurt? As soon as old devil Wenxing opened his eyes, the middle-aged man on the screen frowned and asked, "What happened? Why wasn't it mentioned in the previous message? Also, is it confirmed that Xiaofeng and the other 8 people are dead? Who did this? Even you were injured. I'm fine now." Old ghost Wenxing waved his hand and sighed lightly. Although his tone was relaxed, the expression on his face was extremely solemn. The 8-person team led by Xiaofeng is indeed dead. There is no suspense about this matter. The reason why I couldn't deduce any clues before was that I didn't enter the root of all evil. Because that ominous land is very strange. Not only can the star network signal not enter, but it can even obscure some of the mysteries of heaven. Obviously, the 8 of them perished in that stellar region. I tried to deduce this matter with the heaven discernment technique once more as soon as I entered the root of all evil, and I instantly obtained a conclusion without the slightest suspense. However, even though I didn't find the remains of any battleships, based on the results of the heaven measuring technique's deduction, the 8 of them probably didn't perish at the hands of those terrifying existences at the core area of the root of all evil, and it was someone else. As for the reinforcement fleet that was annihilated in the nearby ominous land, it was the doing of a certain existence at the core area. The exact reason is unknown, but that existence's cultivation is at least at the region Lord realm. A Star Lord is unable to instantly annihilate an enormous fleet without leaving a trace behind. When he spoke up to hear, Wenxing didn't speak any further, and he frowned and fell into deep thought. The middle-aged man on the screen was the same, and he spoke once more after a long time. Looks like some unknown and unexpected event has occurred at the core area of that ominous land. Unfortunately, we've paid a heavy price in our numerous attempts and explorations. We've paid a heavy price, but we've only extended our tentacles to the periphery of the core area. We don't know the first thing about the core area. It's really hard for us to determine and analyze. That's exactly why I was wounded. Wenxing continued the conversation, but then he suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Star Lord beasts at the periphery of the core area have never allowed any Star Lord experts from the outside to set foot in the core area, or they would attack them together. We had no choice but to send the juniors of our clan to explore the core area. The elites formed a group and entered to explore. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too weak in the end, and they were unable to enter the depths of the hinterland at all. Moreover, the unforeseen event this time was obviously unusual, so I had no choice but to take the risk and enter. The weird thing is that we didn't run into any local Star Lord beasts at the periphery of the core area. Something seemed to have happened, and they were all hibernating, not daring to show themselves. That was also why I was lucky enough to pass through the periphery and reach the periphery of the core area. Unfortunately, I was unable to go any further, even though I've gained a lot. Therefore, we still haven't obtained any clues as to what lies at the end of the depths of the hinterland and what kind of scenery it is. You ran into obstacles? So to speak, you were injured by the local beasts deep in the core area? Asked the middle-aged man casually on the holographic screen with a gloomy face. My clone probably wouldn't have been able to make it back if a ferocious beast from the depths of the hinterland had really attacked. Wenxing smiled bitterly in self-mockery, shook his head and sighed, I've indeed encountered resistance. Even I can't move forward anymore. The pressure is too terrifying. The entire void is filled with the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. Their auras are all at the Star Lord and Region Lord level. They cover a large area of the starry sky. They've been here for countless years, but there are too many of them. The pressure from thousands of Star Lords and Domain Lords' corpses gathered together and shrouded the entire star field. I was just trying to go a bit further to see what was in the deepest part of the star field, but a moment of carelessness and I was heavily injured by the pressure. Thankfully, I retreated in time, or I probably wouldn't have been able to leave that perilous place. Chapter 3576. Sha Baofeng? What does this have to do with him? Old man Wenxing was rather surprised when Di's clone suddenly mentioned Sha Baofeng, and his face was filled with shock. You've just returned, so you don't know what happened in the past few days. It's inevitable that you don't understand. Di's clone sneered, and then he roughly described everything that had happened in the battlefield at the front of the Demon Dweller stellar region. When he saw old man Wenxing's expression immediately turn gloomy, he continued, I've already thoroughly checked his treasure maple, and there's no problem with it. So, the problem must be with Sha Baofeng. The facts prove this point. This kid made a name for himself in the battle at the front of the Demon Dweller stellar region, and now he's an unparalleled genius of the younger generation whose name shakes the 3 dimensions. During this battle, he fused with a small fortress of the Demon Dweller stellar region, but he still successfully transformed into an alloy war god and died multiple times. He didn't lack a single light shield or death light spear. Besides me, only a few elders of the older generation in the Demon Dweller stellar region are capable of such a formidable fusion ability. He only suffered a little at the hands of that kid from the human race, Ling Hu. Even if it's a moment of enlightenment, it's absolutely impossible for him to advance so terrifyingly. Besides that, there's obviously a huge problem with the Golden Crow's head he openly roasted at the front of the battlefield. If I'm not wrong, he should have obtained it from the depths of the core of the root of all evil stellar region, which is where you just went. How is this possible? Wenxing was astounded, and he cried out involuntarily, even this clone of mine can't approach it and can only stay at the periphery of the core for a short period of time. How could a tiny ant at the mystic light realm like him enter the depths of the core? He even managed to get the remains of a sector lord level Golden Crow? When he spoke up to hear, Wenxing suddenly stopped speaking, and then he frowned once more. However, the periphery of the core of the root of all evil stellar region is already filled with the remains of ancient ferocious beasts at the Star Lord realm and even Region Lord realm. If the Golden Crow in Sha Baofeng's possession is really at the Sector Lord realm, then it must be at the Sector Lord realm. Then, there's only one explanation. Sector Lord level ancient beast remains, even in the source of all evil. If it really exists, it can only be found in the deepest part of the core. But, how did he do it? I'm also very curious. How did he do it? It's getting more and more interesting. Wenxing was stunned, but Di's doppelganger laughed and said slowly, but it's useless for us to make wild guesses. Let's wait until he comes back before we make a decision. Since Xiaofeng is dead, it's time for the Tianji clan to appoint a new young clan leader. Sha Baofeng's talent is so amazing that he could easily suppress Yi Luo, who is ranked second among the younger generation. Now that he has made a great contribution to the front line, it is reasonable for him to be conferred a title. We can use this opportunity to summon him back to Tianji City immediately. This matter should be done immediately. Demonkin Starfield, Void Battlefield. After separating from the Demonkin royal uncle Mo Qigong and the others, Yi Xian immediately returned to his camp. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the entire Vanguard fleet. It was not good for him to be away for too long before he resigned. As soon as he stepped onto the flagship, Expulsion, Yi Xian's figure appeared, the commander of the Demonkin Royal Guards, Shanas, who was in the lounge of the command cabin on the top floor, jumped up from the sofa. His face was flushed, and his expression was as excited as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. He ran straight to Yi Xian. Xian rushed over. He hadn't arrived yet, but his voice had already sounded. His spittle flew all the way. Lord Sha, good news, great Lord Sha, no. It should be the young clan leader. Damn it, I was so happy that my brain almost burned out. I actually made such a mistake, damn it. As he said this guy ran over quickly and raised his hand to slap his face left and right. It seemed that his slap was quite heavy, but the smile on his face was even more brilliant. It was a perfect interpretation of the symptoms of a severe patient who had gone crazy. However, even though his words were somewhat incoherent, Yi Xian still understood. In fact, he had already expected this matter, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. It seemed that Di was even more anxious than he had expected. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to confer a title with this line of fire on the clan. At the same time, there was also a summons to order him to return to Tianji City immediately. And this was exactly what Yixian was hoping for. Although Di was already suspicious of him, and Tianji City was a real dragon's pool and tiger's den, the most mysterious and most intimidating starry sky giant city in the entire first universe, Yixian did not intend to avoid this trip to Tianji City. He had his own foundation, and he had already prepared a response. The right strategy. Knowing that the mountain was empty, he walked towards the Tiger Mountain. He was completely fearless. "Give me the electronic tiger talisman." As soon as he stopped, the expressionless Yi Luo had already walked over and directly stretched out his hand to Yixian. "The clan leader has already ordered that after you receive the decree, you must not delay. Within 3 days, you must set off and return to Tianji City to participate in the young clan leader's coronation ceremony. As for the command of the Vanguard fleet, I will be in charge of it. Don't be too nervous. If you don't understand, you can slowly learn. If you really encounter a situation where you are at a loss, you can ask Commander Jia for advice. He has been with this young clan leader for more than a month. It is completely no problem for him to guide you to command this kind of vanguard battle cry." With a flip of his hand, he took out the small black box that represented the command of the vanguard fleet from his body. Yixian casually threw it at Yi Luo as if he was throwing rubbish, then raised his hand to pat him on the shoulder and comforted him with a few sincere words. The latter's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and fiercely glared at Yixian. Then, he turned his head and glared at Chana's, who was stunned at the side. Only then did he turn around and leave with a cold snort. Until now, Chana still hadn't recovered from his shock. It was only until Yixian also turned around and walked towards his own cabin that he trembled all over. He shouted at the top of his lungs and chased after Yixian. His tone was sorrowful and filled with resentment. "Io, my young clan leader, this kind of thing can't be played around with. You can't laugh so casually. You have already left, so why should I stay in this lousy place? Now that you have achieved great success as a grasshopper that was once tied to the same rope, I want to share some of your happiness. Even if I have to stay by your side, it would be good enough to listen to your orders and run errands for you. I, Chana's, really can't be picky with you. My loyalty can be seen through by the sun and the moon. If there is even half a lie in my words, let me be struck by lightning. Boom." Chapter 3577. Rumble, Netherworld brat, come out immediately and accept your death. Otherwise, this great emperor will directly blow up this fortress and make you die without a complete corpse. Boom. Amidst the rumbling sounds of thunder, the entire flagship fortress was like a small boat in the middle of a raging wave. It shook violently, and the interior of the battleship was instantly thrown into chaos. However, the only people with consciousness were Yixian, Chana's, and Yerwa. The rest were all intelligent robots. There were no emotional fluctuations at all. Therefore, even though they were all rolling on the ground like gourds at this moment, the scene of exclamations and clamoring did not appear. It was also at this moment that an incomparably furious roar came from the void outside the battleship amidst the thunderous explosions. Chana's was furious on the spot. He was really shocked earlier and thought that he had a bad mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he really attracted the lightning of the heavens. He did not expect that it was a crazy old man causing trouble outside. This was the flagship fortress of the Heavenly Fate Race's Vanguard fleet. Where did this netherworld brat come from? Even though this crazy old man's cultivation was definitely not weak, or even very strong, why would Chana's be afraid of him? The person standing next to him was the young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate Race, the young tyrant of the entire first universe. With a casual order, he could immediately summon a few Star-Lord old monsters. He would torture him to death. What's more, he had just shown his loyalty. Now that the young patriarch was frightened, it was time for him to perform. Chana's was unwilling to pass on this responsibility and absolutely could not miss this opportunity. He immediately swung his arms and angrily rushed to the exit passage on the top floor of the fortress. Before he even went out, he was cursing and swearing. his roars were already gushing out endlessly. Where did this crazy old dog come from? How dare you cause trouble here? Do you know whose stronghold this is? You offended the young patriarch. Even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough for you to lose. Get out of here immediately. I don't care if you're the younger brother. If you want to cause trouble, go somewhere else. If you dare to shout again, I'll slap your mouth off. Before he could finish cursing, Chanas, who had just stepped out of the passageway of the command cabin on the top floor of the fortress, shrieked. It was as though he had been hit by a star that was galloping through the void, and he died on the spot. He flew back in reverse. He flew quickly and violently until he flew to the cabin wall on the opposite side of the fortress. After hitting it hard, he fell down from the cabin wall with a thud like a dead dog. He lay on the ground, groaning as if he was hanging. From the looks of the situation, although he would not die, but for a while he would not be able to get up on his own. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't pay attention to Chanas, who was lying on the ground and rolling his eyes. He stepped out of the top cabin of the stronghold and appeared in the void outside the ship. He slightly raised his head and looked towards a figure that was thousands of kilometers away from the galaxy on the right. Sure enough, it's that old thing. No wonder his voice sounds familiar. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he bitterly smiled and sighed. At the same time, his heart was filled with even more doubt. This person was the patriarch of the Yin Demon clan, the Yin Emperor. Recently, the Star-Lord level old monster that had been searching for the Netherworld young master in the Three Great Plains. Listening to his roar just now, the reason why this old guy appeared here was clearly for the Netherworld young master. This was the rhythm of the victim's arrival. It was just that he didn't seem to have revealed any flaws, so how could he be so sure and come straight to him? Or was there some oversight that had been discovered, and I haven't noticed it until now? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart sank. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. That would bring many disadvantages. Yi Xian still needed time to grow. However, although he was suspicious, he remained calm on the surface. When he looked up, his face darkened, and he immediately reprimanded in a righteous voice, I didn't expect that the patriarch of the Yin Demon clan, a dignified Star-Lord of the older generation, would be so arrogant and domineering. Even if you are not afraid of others, what a joke, are you not afraid of the wrath of my heavenly legacy clan? You came here to act crazy and even injured people. Do you really think my clan can be bullied? Pretend. Keep pretending. Don't worry. This great emperor has plenty of time to deal with you slowly. This time, no matter what you say or how powerful your methods are, this great emperor will not let you escape. He felt that the prey he had been searching for a long time had finally been caught. At that moment, it was right in front of him, and he would be able to pinch it as he wished. His resentment had been vented. During this period of time, he had been madly searching for young Master Netherworld. Wherever he went, he would madly roar and disturb the void, causing chaos. Yin Emperor, who was jumping around, seemed to be very relaxed at that moment. Not only was the smile at the corner of his mouth frivolous, the expression on his face was also full of ridicule. Even his mocking tone revealed a bone-chilling coldness. No wonder this big monster couldn't find you even after searching the entire world. After all this time, you actually turned around and hid in the Heaven's Legacy Race's headquarters to become a robot. If this fellow Taoist had kindly reminded me, this old man probably wouldn't have been able to find you to vent my anger in this lifetime. A fellow Taoist kindly reminded me? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved, and he immediately sneered. This old fellow in front of him had clearly been used as a tool. The one who had truly schemed against him was actually a mastermind hiding behind the scenes. An existence who could talk to a Star-Lord and be called a fellow Taoist was naturally not an ordinary person. Even the almighty Qianquan of the 15th realm didn't have such qualifications. In other words, this person should be a Star-Lord old monster on the same level as Yin Emperor. In that case, Yi Xian could more or less list the targets of his suspicion. After all, although there were quite a few Star-Lord old monsters in the various factions and races of the three universes, there couldn't be too many. If he investigated them one by one, He would definitely be able to find some clues. When he thought of that, he immediately felt relieved. His tense heartstrings relaxed, and a smile bloomed on his face. He shook his head slightly and sighed. This great emperor finally saw through it. After all this time, it turns out that your netherworld body isn't completely condensed and still has some flaws. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. What do you mean? Brat, what kind of trick are you trying to play this time? Yi Xian's words didn't make sense. During this period of time, Yin Emperor had been roaring all over the world, and his state of mind was indeed a little anxious. For a moment, he was stunned. He stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes and questioned him with a face full of suspicion. Could it be that you don't feel it yourself? There's a problem here. As he spoke, Yi Xian pointed at his own head and held back his laughter as he continued with a serious expression. You believe whatever others say. It's obvious that there's a missing string here. If that's the case, then if that *T fellow Taoist says that he knows your mother and that he's a childhood sweetheart, wouldn't you have to call him father? Chapter 3578. It seems that your problem is quite serious. It's not as simple as having a screw loose in your head. You actually believe in empty words so firmly. More importantly, you're still enjoying being used as a tool. I can't bear to argue with you anymore. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. In the end, he said, why don't we make a bet? I bet that the real Netherworld young master will show up in 3 days. Maybe not here, but he will at least show up to refresh his sense of existence. How can someone like him just sit still? How can he allow his identity to be replaced by someone else? Even though I didn't admit it, your insistence on it is also unacceptable to him. If the Netherworld young master doesn't show up in 3 days, this young master would rather admit defeat and become the scapegoat. 3 days? A suspicious look appeared on Yin Emperor's face. He sized up Yi Xian and said hesitantly, Brat, you're not thinking of running away again, are you? If I let you run away this time, I won't be able to catch you again in the future. I won't be fooled by you. Humph, I have such a huge fleet here. Do I need to be afraid of you? So what if you're a Star Lord? It's not like I don't have a trump card to deter Star Lords. After saying that, Yi Xian's face darkened again. He directly activated the Shenong cauldron in his body, guiding a wisp of the terrifying aura of the remains of the ancient creatures stored at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano in the central domain out of his body. In an instant, it formed an aura that would make even Star Lords change their expressions in horror. The terrifying pressure disappeared in a flash. Then, Yi Xian didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore. He turned around and walked toward the flagship fortress behind him. No matter what you think, I've already said that we'll make a bet in 3 days. If you continue to pester me before then, you'll have to bear all the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving behind a bewildered Yin Emperor who was standing there in a daze. For a moment he didn't know what to do. After a short while, the old man seemed to have made a decision. He muttered to himself, Humph, what you said makes some sense. 3 days is 3 days. Anyway, it will pass in the blink of an eye. This time, I won't even close my eyes. I'll be watching you from above. Let's see how you're going to escape. Then, he gradually disappeared into the void, but his powerful consciousness was still spread out, completely covering the flagship fortress that was floating in the void down below. Nothing could escape his perception, and he would definitely take action as soon as possible. Sha Baofeng, you are no longer the commander of the Vanguard fleet. What right do you have to bet the entire fleet with that old monster Yin Emperor? As soon as Yi Fengliang stepped into the command cabin on the top floor of the expulsion, Yi Luo, whose face was full of anger, walked over and reprimanded him sternly. That young Master Yuming is as slippery as a loach. The old fellows outside are frantically looking for him all over the world, but they can't find any clues. If he doesn't show up in 3 days, the old monsters will come again. How are we going to end this time? You ask me? Who should I ask? Yi Xian snorted and rolled his eyes. Didn't you say it yourself just now? I am no longer the commander of the fleet. Shouldn't you be the one to consider and solve this problem? In any case, once the 3 days are up, I should return to Tianji City and take advantage of the time when the old monster is making trouble. When the old monsters attack me, I will create some chaos and leave this place. After saying that, Xian shook his head and sighed. He directly entered his own cabin and said, "If you have nothing to do in the next 3 days, then don't come to pay your respects. I need to conserve my energy. In 3 days, I still have to hurry back to Heaven's secret city." Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared, and the cabin door was quickly closed. There was even a slight sound of the door being locked from the inside. "Sha Baofeng, can you be any more King shameless?" But Yi Luo was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly until the sound of the cabin door being locked could be heard. Only then did he return to his senses. He immediately roared in grief and indignation. At the same time, in Yi Xian's cabin. "You want to scheme against me? Dream on. I will find you sooner or later." While muttering to himself, Yi Xian sneered again and again. Although Yi Xian didn't know who the mastermind behind the scenes was and what that person's goal was, it wasn't difficult for him to figure it out. He could more or less lock onto the suspicious target with a little deduction. It wouldn't even take much effort, but Yi Xian didn't have the time. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. He could deal with this matter later. As for now, what he needed to do was to leave this place quietly and show his face in other star fields as the Netherworld's young master. The reason for this was not that Yi Xian was afraid of Yin Emperor, who was still staring at him from the void outside. If he wanted to leave, this old man wouldn't be able to stop him. However, although Yi Xian wasn't sure why the mastermind behind the Yin Emperor had raised his eyes, there was one thing that was without a doubt. The other party must have seen through some clues and started to suspect his true identity. In fact, Yi Xian had long since been mentally prepared for this. Back then, after being publicly acknowledged by the demon-human imperial uncle Emochi, Yi Xian understood that this matter couldn't be hidden forever. Not long after, the identities of the Netherworld young master Ling Hu, and the others would be revealed. In the world, Yi Xian didn't care about this. Although he hadn't fully grown up, he was no longer the small fish and shrimp he used to be. Even the Star Master wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to him, so he was no longer afraid. But even so, the mastermind behind the scenes who secretly instigated Yin Emperor still made Yi Xian wary. To be able to deduce his identity now, this person's methods and insight were definitely extraordinary. After all, Yi Xian had only used the identity of Sha Baofeng for a few days. It was the first time he had appeared in public with this identity, but he was still suspected. This in itself already explained the problem. This kind of scheming, and sinister person was hiding in the dark. His cultivation definitely wasn't weak, and his threat couldn't be ignored. The real reason why Yi Xian decided to let the Netherworld young master reappear in the martial arts world and show his presence in another star domain was to confuse the enemy. Presumably, when the news of young Master Netherworld's appearance spread, the mastermind hiding in the dark would definitely be dumbfounded, and his suspicion of Sha Baofeng's true identity would also be shaken. Under such circumstances, the other party would panic, and Yi Xian would have the opportunity to grab his tail, pull him out in one fell swoop, and resolve the potential threat. Chapter 3579. Whoosh! Following a faint flash of light, Yi Xian stepped out of the void and turned his head to look around. Sure enough, he'd already arrived at the buffer zone of the source of all evil. The area he had chosen to leave his interstellar coordinate mark was located in a desolate area of the buffer zone. Not only were there almost no void rifts, but there was not even a single black beetle to be seen. It was extremely well hidden. After confirming the direction, Yi Xian immediately concealed himself and rushed to the periphery of the root of all evil. After passing through the periphery, he quietly left this place of great danger. Although he was a little worried about the huge netherworld furnace in the core hinterland and wanted to see if new remains of primordial creatures had been transported over and were being refined into the root of all evil, Yi Xian finally restrained himself and gave up on the idea. He did not actually go there. On the one hand, he did not want to create unnecessary trouble and affect the reappearance of the Netherworld young master. On the other hand, the consciousness clone of the great primordial being that had jumped out of the Netherworld furnace last time was too terrifying. What if it was still quietly lying in wait in the Netherworld furnace? With Yi Xian's current cultivation base and strength, he would not be able to do anything. If he really went there, he would definitely be sending himself to his death. Currently, Yi Xian's system title was already at the 5th level of the Interstellar Raider. In any universe, he could leave behind 2 fixed interstellar coordinate imprints, and he also had the ability to cross planes and perform interstellar coordinate jumps. Of course, at present, Yi Xian had only left 1 interstellar coordinate mark in the 2nd and 3rd universes. However, he had left 2 in the 1st universe. In other words, Yi Xian actually had 4 choices in terms of the location of the Netherworld Young Master's reappearance. The Death Starfield of the 3rd universe. The Yin's Nest of the 2nd universe. Of course, that place had already been destroyed and was now a huge void vortex. The great beings of the various races of the 2nd Universe Federation should be thinking of a way to repair it. Apart from that, there was the life black hole of the 1st universe and the root of all evil. The first one was not suitable. That was Yi Xian's current headquarters. The situation of the 3 planes was currently chaotic, and Triumph City had a rare opportunity to stay out of it. Yi Xian did not want to lead the chaos to the Death Starfield. The life black hole of all evil was located in the Demonkin Starfield. It was too close, so it was not the best choice. The remaining Yin's Nest and the root of all evil were better choices. Yi Xian clearly had other considerations as to why he had chosen the root of all evil in the end. The root of all evil was located in the central region of the 1st universe. It was only about 6 days of starry flight from the Heaven's Legacy Race headquarters. For Yi Xian, this was the best opportunity for him to take action and rescue the previous generations of Demonkin Imperial uncles. Of course, the Netherworld Young Master had only appeared in the root of all evil's starfield. It was far from enough to ensure that the Yin Emperor would be lured to the Heaven's Legacy City. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use another dose of strong medicine. This way, he would be absolutely foolproof. After leaving the root of all evil, Yi Xian headed in the direction of the Heaven's Legacy City. He traveled through the void for a day before finally coming to a stop. In the void thousands of miles ahead, there was a life planet. The people living on it were the clansmen of a certain slave tribe under the Heaven's Legacy race. Yi Xian decided to take action there. At this time, his appearance had already changed into the Netherworld Young Master's appearance. He had a pale complexion and a slender figure. He wore a flashy moon-white robe. With one look, one could tell that he was a troublesome hedonistic young master. Following that, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage that he kept in his undying world. This was a primordial treasure that couldn't be forged. It was basically the signature of the Netherworld Young Master. When the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage appeared, even the possibility of the current Netherworld Young Master being impersonated was suspected. This was because all possibilities were eliminated. Of course, this wasn't enough. Yi Xian decided to add another layer of insurance, and that was the Netherworld Claw's bloodline ability. In the current world, only the Yin Emperor and the Netherworld Young Master could use this ability in the 3 universes. With the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage and the Netherworld Claw, even the Demon King Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong and the others who knew the truth of Yi Xian's identity would be dumbfounded. Yi Xian didn't know about this matter. In addition, the reason why Yi Xian decided to use the bloodline ability of the Netherworld Claw was to cause a bigger commotion. This way, the news of the Netherworld Young Master reappearing in the martial arts world would spread as quickly as possible. A certain slave tribe living on the life planet ahead was unfortunately chosen and became the target of Yi Xian's use. Everything would start from here. After stepping into the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, Yi Xian waved his hand again and instantly took out more than 10,000 intelligent robots from his undying world. These were the robots he had taken from the treasure maple ship and the strongholds of young Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. Now, the core source code of these intelligent robots had been modified by the Devouring system and had nothing to do with the Tianji race. They only carried out the orders given by Yi Xian through the Devouring system. Of course, although they were intelligent robots, their appearance was no different from humans. The intelligent robots of the human race's technology faction had long been humanized and used man-made biological materials on the surface, not to mention the ones produced by the Tianji race. These 10,000 intelligent robots were naturally used to create momentum. Back in the second universe, the Netherworld Young Master had abducted almost the entire Een Demon race. Nearly 10,000 Een Demons had gathered around the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage and swaggered through the streets in a grandiose manner. That scene had long become a classic, and today, it was still remembered by many. Countless experts from various major star fields would mention it from time to time. Although the tens of thousands of Een Demon clansmen had realized the truth and were taken away by Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao to wander in the void of the universe, how could the great young master Nether not have an entourage when he came out of the martial world? That would be too weak of a show of strength. In addition, apart from helping the Netherworld young master create momentum, these intelligent robots had another use. With them, Yi Xian was sure that the old monster Een Emperor would definitely run straight to the Tianji city and cause a ruckus. At this time, Yi Xian was lazily half-lying in the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage with his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the massage of several beautiful robots. From time to time, their slender jade hands would pinch some strange fruits and put them into his mouth. This scene, even from a great distance away, could be seen clearly through the half-drawn curtain at the side of the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Alright, let's move now. This young master has returned to the world. Gently waving his hand, Yi Xian's lazy words came out from the Azure Phoenix carriage. Soon, the Azure Phoenix carriage was lifted up by the 10,000 intelligent robots. Although it had the ability to fly, how could it be carried by people to show off? The Netherworld young master, this was the style he wanted. Immediately after, the shameless slogans that had shocked countless people in the second universe sounded again. The huge Azure Phoenix carriage camp finally set off in a grandiose manner amidst the slogans that sounded from time to time. Ancestor Huan Ting, #1 in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens. Chapter 3580. The life planet in front of them belonged to the ferocious race, and the people living on the planet were a tribe of the ferocious race. The ferocious race looked like mammoths, but they also looked like giant space elephants. They were extremely strong, but they walked on 2 legs, and their bodies were huge. Basically, an adult member of the ferocious race was at least 100 meters tall. The ferocious race was the slave race of the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji race. In the eyes of the Tianji race, their value was equivalent to the best manual labor. For example, in the eyes of the Tianji race, the demon humans were the best intelligent scouts. The ancestral land of the ferocious race was not here. The reason why there was a tribe of more than 10,000 ferocious race members that came to this star field adjacent to the Tianji city and lived on this life planet. It was because the Tianji race needed them to be strong, large, and innately strong. The Tianji race was a mechanical and electronic life form, and they were best at electronics and mechanical manufacturing. In the outer industrial circles of the 3 regions of the Tianji city, all the planets had been turned into star-level giant industrial bases. Some built battleships, while others built all kinds of mechanical and electronic equipment, including intelligent robot assembly lines and so on. In the construction process of some huge products such as battleships, the participation of the ferocious race was required. Although every industrial planet had equipment such as space cranes, some locations were not allowed due to the space conditions, such as the interior of the battleship, or required extremely high precision. Therefore, the ferocious race had the innate strength to use martial arts. To put it bluntly, this life planet was equivalent to the ferocious race members' dormitory. During their break, they would leave the outer industrial circles of the Tianji city and return here. It sounded very sad, but in reality, the ferocious race did not deserve pity at all. Yi Xian was also on the way to the Nine Dragons' Azure Lawn carriage as they majestically cruised towards the life star in front of them. Only then did he understand everything about the giant ferocious clan. The ferocious race looked simple and honest, and they did the kind of hard work that relied on solid labor, but in reality, this race was extremely dark in nature. They bullied the weak, feared the weak, and ran amok by relying on power. It was a perfect match for them. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian actually grinned. If it really was a tragic and pitiful race, then he really couldn't bear to use it. Now, it seemed that it was exactly what he wanted. Facing such a group of damned bastards, it seemed that he would have to be ruthless in a while. He would take the place of the heavens. But at this time, the vast army of the ferocious race had arrived at this life planet. It was only 10,000 miles of space. It was not far, but it was not far. Patriarch, the ferocious race. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, live as long as the heavens. Patriarch ferocious race. 3 universes, the 3 universes. The patrolling army was huge, and the slogans that came out of the mouths of more than 10,000 intelligent robots were extremely loud. When they gathered into one voice, it was shocking even in the void of the universe. The patrolling army did not directly enter the atmosphere of the life planet, because before they got close, hundreds of members of the ferocious race roared and rushed out of the planet's atmosphere. They were basically all black hole realm cultivators. Although they were laborers, the ferocious race had huge bodies. They were hundreds of meters tall when they reached adulthood. Their bodies were boundless, and their cultivation was naturally not too weak. Among these hundreds of ferocious race people, the few leading fellows had thick dark gray skin that faintly showed a greenish-yellow color. Their cultivation auras were also stronger, and they seemed to be at the mid-late void realm, the 12th great realm. As for the tens of thousands of intelligent robots that carried the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, they were produced by the Tianji race and were the personal vehicles of the core higher-ups of the race. Naturally, they were not the most ordinary type of robots. Their individual strength was equivalent to the 5th great realm, the Starry Sky realm. A patrolling army made up of more than 10,000 intelligent robots with Starry Sky realm cultivation was quite a good lineup. If they were to be compared with the ferocious race people who had just rushed out of the planet's atmosphere, they would definitely be crushed in terms of momentum. However, if a big battle really broke out, it would not be enough to look at, and they would definitely be annihilated. The nature of the ferocious race people was to bully the kind and fear the evil. They were the type of unscrupulous bullies, and this place was adjacent to the Tianji city. Naturally, they were even more fearless. At this moment, they suddenly saw such an arrogant patrolling army showing off in the starry sky. More than 10,000 people roared in unison, causing the life of the planet within the atmosphere to be disturbed. The content of their roar was so shameless and arrogant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the patrolling army was not a core higher-up of the Tianji race. They were not even native powerhouses of the first universe. Instead, they were the so-called young master netherworld from the race whose identity was still unknown. As a result, the hundreds of furious ferocious race people flew into a rage at almost the first moment. Young Master Netherworld's name resounded again, and he was known as one of the 5 great geniuses of the current era. However, he had not yet matured. Although he had been popular for some time, hadn't he been scared into hiding by the old monster-eaten emperor and not daring to show his face? Who would have thought that he still did not know how to restrain himself after escaping from the second universe? Did he really think that there was no one in the first universe and that the Tianji race were all blind and deaf? With this thought in mind, the hundreds of furious ferocious race people immediately rushed over. They did not waste any time and directly wanted to suppress him. So what if he was young Master Netherworld? Even if he was a dragon, he had to obediently coil in the Tianji star domain. A big battle broke out in an instant, but it ended as quickly as it started. Yi Xian immediately used his bloodline ability, Netherworld Claw, and blasted 2 ferocious race people, who were at the 12th great realm of the Void Realm, into a rain of blood that scattered across the starry sky. This kind of decisive and sharp style of killing instantly woke up the hundreds of ferocious race people. They immediately turned around and retreated in defeat, leaving behind only the remains of several hundred intelligent robots whose bodies had been blown apart, revealing various internal components. As such, Yi Xian's goal could be considered to have been achieved. Therefore, he did not chase after them, nor did he have the interest to do so. The huge patrolling army continued to move forward, moving further and further into the void in a grandiose manner until they completely disappeared. The arrogant slogans that made people's hair stand on end still rang out from time to time and came from afar. After the time it took to eat a meal, the figures of some ferocious race people quietly emerged from the atmosphere of this planet. After confirming that the void outside was incomparably quiet and that even the shameless slogans could no longer be heard, and that the patrolling young master netherworld had clearly gone far away, they rushed out one after another. They angrily faced the direction of the patrolling army that had disappeared into the void and furiously roared and cursed, "Little bastard, don't run if you have the guts. I'll kill you." Chapter 3581. In order to ensure that the news of the netherworld young master's reappearance spread as soon as possible, Yi Xian wandered around the surrounding void for half a day after leaving the ferocious race's tribe. He showed himself in front of a few fleets of the Tianji race's slave races. He even used this as an excuse to provoke them and cause a small disturbance. Then he found a secluded void, put away the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage and the intelligent robot army, and activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability once again. After all, this star field was adjacent to the Tianji city, and it was only a 5-day journey away. Yi Xian didn't want to create more problems, and he was pressed for time, so he had to return as soon as possible. This time, he was going to the black hole of life in the Demon Dweller star area. From there to the void battleground at the edge of the Demon Dweller star area, if he used the Dongshu shuttle and the wormhole jump, it would only take him 1 day to get there. At that time, the news of the netherworld young master coming out of the martial arts world should have already spread. It was impossible for the Yin Emperor to still be there, so he would have long since fled with his tail between his legs. Yi Xian was completely able to sneak back to the expulsion ship without anyone noticing and finish this operation. A beautiful ending. 3 days wasn't a long time, and it passed in the blink of an eye. 2.5 days had passed, and only half a day was left of the 3-day time limit of the bet. During this time, the armies of the 2 camps that were facing each other tens of millions of kilometers away didn't make any movements. All eyes were focused on the expulsion's flagship fortress in front of the allied army of the slave races in the first universe. Yin Emperor hadn't left either. He had been overlooking the situation from the distant void above the flagship fortress, and the pressure of a Star Lord enveloped the void, firmly locking onto the expulsion. As the date of the bet approached, countless starry sky experts from both camps who were paying attention to this matter unknowingly felt their hearts in their throats. Although Yin Emperor's mind was clearly a little abnormal due to the great change that had happened immediately after he came out of seclusion, and his IQ and temperament were both worrisome, he was still a Star Lord after all. Even if his brain wasn't very bright, it wasn't to the extent of being a fool. He definitely wasn't easy to fool. There was no doubt that once the 3-day time limit for the bet was over, this old man would definitely make things difficult for him. However, Sha Baofeng wasn't someone to be trifled with. He even had the remains of a sector lord that even Star Lords feared. If he was forced into a corner, he might just throw it out. It could be said that it was really hard to predict how this unexpected storm would turn out. All the starry sky masters on both sides were either excited or worried. In short, they were all waiting for that moment to come. The atmosphere outside was already so oppressive and solemn. As the newly appointed commander of the Vanguard fleet, and as he happened to be inside the flagship fortress of expulsion, which was the focus of attention, Yarrow's life was obviously more difficult now. Chana's, on the other hand, was at ease. His bones had been shattered by Yin Emperor's slap, and although he wouldn't die, he would have to lie down for 7 or 8 days to recover. In any case, he didn't need to worry about this matter. In the command cabin on the top floor of expulsion, Yarrow was the only one burning with anxiety. Since yesterday, he had already turned into an ant on a hot pan. He had practically never stopped pacing back and forth in the command cabin on the top floor. There were several intelligent robots following behind him to listen to his orders. They were all dizzy from his pacing and directly crashed into their nests. Too much. Too much. Sha Baofeng, get the F***CK out of here. F***CK your mother. Who dug this hole? Who the F***CK is going to fill it himself? Why are you sleeping soundly while I'm being roasted on a fire? You King bastard, get the CK out of here right now. In just a few more hours, the 3-day time limit would be up, but Yi Xian's cabin was still tightly shut. It was clear that he had no intention of coming out and wanted Yarrow to take the bullet for him. In the end, Yarrow couldn't take it anymore and was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously at the tightly shut cabin door. At this moment, his feelings could be best summed up in one sentence: "My heart is bitter, I just want to cry." It was also at this time that the news of Netherworld young masters' return finally reached this frontline battlefield. An intelligent robot walked over to report, its eyes moving strangely from time to time. In the past 3 days, it was almost dizzy from Yarrow's incessant walking back and forth. He's appeared? That little bastard has finally appeared. This news was so unexpected that Yarrow almost couldn't believe it. He was stunned for a few minutes before he came back to his senses. He immediately laughed and jumped, running back and forth in the command cabin on the top floor, dancing with joy. Poor child, his emotions fluctuated so violently that he seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He was suspected to have been driven mad. Bang, bang. Not far away, the intelligent robot that had just finished reporting finally fell on its back, making a loud thud as it hit the ground. Its eyes moved quickly a few times before they stopped moving. It was completely dead. At the same time, all the fleets of the two factions facing each other in the void also received the news one after another. In next to no time, an uproar of surprise resounded from both sides, and it shook the entire expanse of space. Big news! Big news! Netherworld Xiaofeng has appeared. Heavens, he actually appeared? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Sha Baofeng is amazing. He predicted Xiaofeng's state of mind and actually tricked Netherworld Xiaofeng into coming out. No wonder Yin Emperor couldn't find him. It turns out that he actually came to the first universe and was hiding near Tianji City in the central region, where the Tianji race's main camp is located. This is too unexpected. That's not important. The most important question is, Xiao Zun came out of the martial arts world. Is it really just because he doesn't want his name to be stolen? Yes, the price is too high. Yin Emperor will definitely chase after him. Soon, both sides will face each other head-on and settle everything, or Xiaofeng will escape and find another place to hide. Why bother? As these exclamations resounded in the void, Yin Emperor, who had been guarding the void above expulsion for the past 3 days, was dumbfounded on the spot. The higher-ups of the fleets of the two factions were even more stunned. As for the old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrows, who were in the observation fortress that represented the everlasting dynasty, they were obviously the most shocked and astonished. When the news of Netherworld Xiaofeng appearing in the Tianji Star Zone spread, the two old guys were dumbfounded. They turned to look at each other with their mouths wide open in disbelief. After 10 breaths, the eyebrowless ancestor swallowed his saliva and asked weakly, "Do you think something is wrong?" Chapter 3582. As the news of Netherworld young master's appearance spread, the old monster Yin Emperor, who was in the void above expulsion, was instantly petrified. There were only a few hours left until the end of the 3-day bet. He had even begun to brew his emotions, preparing to unleash his might in a few hours and destroy the starry sky fortress below in one fell swoop to vent the anger in his heart. But at that moment, the news came and slapped his face in front of everyone. It was fine if it was just a slap, but the most important thing was that he was extremely embarrassed. The dignified Star Master's face was burning hot at that moment. Roar! Netherworld young master, you are definitely doing this on purpose. You tricked this great emperor again. We will settle our old and new grudges soon. If this old man doesn't kill you, I swear I won't return to my nest. Roar! Countless gazes filled with strange intentions were cast from the surrounding void, and all of them gathered on Yin Emperor's body. The formless pressure was too heavy, and Yin Emperor Old Monster couldn't hold on any longer. He raised his head and roared in anger, roaring endlessly. His figure took advantage of this opportunity and fled in panic like a stray dog with its tail between its legs. It was really embarrassing. As his figure disappeared into the distant void, Countless sighs could be heard from both sides of the battlefield. Sigh, what a painful realization. It's clear that Netherworld young master did this on purpose. Perhaps he didn't intend to show himself at first, but after learning about the 3-day bet, he changed his mind. Otherwise, why would he appear at such a time? It's clearly to attack that old monster Yin Emperor. What a slap to the face. A dignified star master madly chased him all over the world, but he didn't even see him. In the end, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face across the endless void. There's no one else who can be so miserable. The most important thing is that Netherworld young master is really awesome. He casually showed up for no reason, and he was actually able to ruthlessly beat up that old monster star master. In any case, this is the only time I've seen such a method. He casually made a move, and he was so relaxed, yet he almost beat up that old monster star master. This Netherworld young master is really not a normal kind of ferocious. The Netherworld young master's report was extraordinary. As soon as the news about him appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the Starry Sky powerhouses on both sides. The entire void was discussing his reappearance. On the contrary, no one mentioned Baofeng Sha, the genius of the Tianji clan who had been in the limelight before. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quietly returned to the void battleground and boarded the expulsion. Then, at the critical juncture of the 3-day bet, he opened the cabin door and walked out. Yi Luo was long gone. The crisis had been resolved, so he had no interest in holding Yi Xian accountable. The key was that he had not slept for 3 days, so the psychological pressure he was under was too great. A few of the AI robots had even fainted because of him walking around. This alone was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, when Yi Xian walked out of the cabin, he did not see him. His heart was too tired, so he hid in his room to recuperate. As for Chana's, he was lying in another cabin. He wouldn't be able to get up for a few days, which was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. At the very least, when he left, he didn't have to follow behind a crying old woman who was wiping her tears. Although the battle hadn't ended yet, and had only just begun, the two camps would start a full-scale war again soon. However, all of this basically didn't have much to do with Yi Xian anymore. He immediately left the expulsion ship and summoned the demon battle cry in the air behind his own camp. One step. He stepped in and left with a rumble. This trip was to the Demon Emperor planet. After receiving the spirit battle cry there, Yi Xian would embark on the starship journey back to the Tianji clan. Of course, along the way, there would obviously be some things that would happen. Yi Xian had long expected this. The mastermind hiding behind the scenes instigating the Yin Emperor old monster would definitely not admit defeat. Even if it was to solve the doubts in his heart, he would definitely follow in secret. And this was exactly what Yi Xian hoped for. The danger on the table was always easier to solve and deal with than the threat hidden in the dark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he wanted to lure the snake out and cut off the mastermind hiding behind the scenes. The reality was just as he had expected. Not long after Yi Xian summoned the demon battle cry and left, two figures quietly slipped out of a large observation fortress in the void behind the Second Universe's coalition camp. They were Old Ghost Zhan Tu and Old Ancestor Wu Mei. The two old guys were extremely cautious and did not directly chase after him. Instead, they used the excuse that they had to return to the Third Universe. First, they sped towards the natural wormhole that connected to the Third Universe for a few hours. Then, they changed their direction and took a detour in the void far away from the edge of the battlefield. Yi Xian was not in a hurry and arrived at the Demon Emperor planet a day later. What made him slightly disappointed was that the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes had not made a move. But it did not matter. After receiving the modified void battle cry, Yi Xian would soon be on his way again. The journey from the Demon Emperor Star area to the Tianji city in the central region of the First Universe could be said to be a long journey. It would take more than half a month. Yi Xian believed that the mastermind behind the scenes would definitely make a move during this time. It was impossible to send him all the way to the Tianji city, right? After arriving at the Demon Emperor planet, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the demon battle cry into his body. Then, he directly entered the atmosphere of the planet and quickly met with the Demon Emperor uncle, Mo Qigong. "Brat, what's going on? Aren't you the young master of the Netherworld? Why did you appear in the Tianji City Star area?" As soon as he saw Yi Xian, Mo Qigong immediately asked. His eyes were slightly bloodshot. It was obvious that he had not rested well after hearing the news. He must have been struggling and thinking hard. Don't tell me that the guy who appeared in the Tianji City Star area is a fake. Both the Netherworld Claw and the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix Chariot have appeared. Don't try to fool me when you appear. Of course, that includes the real young master of the Netherworld. But why can't he appear in the Tianji City Star area when I'm on the battlefield ahead? Don't forget, there's still an invincible war god in the human clan camp in the third universe. Yi Xian naturally could not reveal the matter of the interstellar jump ability. Besides, he really could not explain it, so he casually found an excuse to dodge it. Then he changed the topic. "By the way, is the modification of the Void Battle Cry done? Also, how's the Soldier Ladle clan's training? I'm in a hurry to rush back. It was not easy to lure a Star-Lord old monster over to cover for me. If I'm late and arrive after he's done, wouldn't I miss a good opportunity?" You mean to say? Chapter 3583. The problem that Mo Qigong was talking about was actually the refinement of the Void Battle armor. It wasn't that there weren't any storage treasures or spatial boxes that could store such a huge object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. However, they were very rare, and the Demon Royal family didn't have any. However, the construction of Xianxia did not take into account the ability to travel through space at extreme speed. After all, that was not necessary at all. It was originally an unconventional killing weapon like a fixed star fortress. It was already considered quite good to be able to travel through space at the speed of an ordinary 10,000-meter-long fortress. The distance from the Demon Star region to Tianji City was very long. Naturally, they couldn't drive the Void Battle armor there directly. That way, by the time they arrived at Tianji City, the battle in space would have already ended. Yi Xian had storage treasures that could store the Void Battle armor, such as the Shenong Cauldron. They all had the ability to store things, but the key was that they couldn't be exposed. Hence, the only way was to refine it. As long as one's cultivation was enough, any battleship, fortress could be refined and stored in one's body. Yi Xian was already a mystic light realm expert at the 13th level, so his cultivation was obviously enough. This Void Battle armor had already been refined by the Demon King Mo Wuxian. Now that he was giving it away, Mo Wuxian had already erased the spiritual imprint in the core of the Void Battle armor. In theory, Yi Xian could refine it at any time and leave behind a spiritual imprint or a spiritual imprint of a human cultivator. After that, he could store it in his body and take it away. However, the Void Battle armor had already been modified. Before, it could only be moved by the spiritual energy of the demon people. Now, it was more inclined towards the unique biological frequency of the Soldier Ladle race. Mo Qigong wasn't sure if it could still be refined, or if it would be faster and more convenient. Hence, he specially reminded Yi Xian. Yi Xian soon saw the Void Battle Claw. From its appearance, there was no change at all. According to Mo Qigong's introduction, the so-called name change was only a major change to the core driving device in the core beehive node in the inner circle of the 9th layer. In addition, some new materials were added to the special pipes that connected the beehive nodes, so that they could be more conducive to the rapid transmission and amplification of the biological frequency of the Soldier Ladle. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who said this. Even Mo Qigong and the other high-ranking members of the Demonkin royal family were eager to try. They wanted to see what kind of attack this modified Void battleship could unleash with the support of tens of millions of Void soldiers. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. Its might was too terrifying, and he couldn't test it casually. Moreover, this matter had to be kept a secret, so he couldn't make a big fuss about it. However, Mo Qigong patted his chest and promised that as long as there were no problems with the Soldier Ladle, the Void battleship could definitely be activated and used. If there were any problems, he would take responsibility. Originally, due to the transformation of the Void Battle armor, It was more suitable for the biological frequency of the soldier ladle race to activate. Therefore, if it was refined, the void essence crystal in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness would be the best choice. Unfortunately, this void essence crystal had always had a bad temper and didn't pay much attention to Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian tried to communicate with it, but the result was the same. There was no response. Since he couldn't use the mysterious power of the void essence crystal to refine the void battleship, Yi Xian had no choice but to use the demonkin's mind power. Because his cultivation of the hollow dimension technique had stagnated, his mind power wasn't as strong as his mind power, so it wasn't the best choice. Yi Xian activated the mind power source core in his Sea of Consciousness and poured his level 7 mind power into the core beehive node of the void battleship. Just as he was about to refine the void battleship, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered that you can absorb mental power. Do you want to absorb it immediately? What's going on? Yi Xian was stunned. The demonkin's mental power was rather special. Generally speaking, they had to absorb the energy in the demonic astral crystal or the multipupil astral crystal to strengthen themselves. Even though Yi Xian had the help of the devouring system, which was like a cheat, he was only able to obtain mental strength through direct absorption. He only had 2 more methods than an ordinary devil cultivator. The first was the mental power source core in the demonkin's head. The second was the weeping soul beast, which was an energy form. That was why Yi Xian was so surprised to run into such an opportunity to absorb mental power for free. He soon figured out what was going on. It turned out that the mental power the system was referring to was the remnant mental power of the demonkin in the 1,000-star nest nodes and the special transmission tubes that connected them. After all, those tubes were used to transmit mental power. When they were first activated, tens of millions of demonkin experts had gathered inside the battleship, and a Star Lord had acted as the energy hub. Even though most of the mental power had been blown away by the terrifying mental roar, there was still some left in the tubes. Even though the mental power left in every inch of the transmission tubes was so weak that it was almost negligible, many a little makes a mickle. The entire battleship was a gargantuan object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. The amount of mental power left in all the tubes would definitely be a terrifying amount. Of course, other than the devouring system, no one else could absorb the remaining mental power in the War Krama transmission tube, nor would they have any ideas about it. It was a thankless task, and it was not worth it. However, Yi Xian didn't have such a problem. He was immediately tempted. After figuring everything out, Yi Xian immediately gave an affirmative reply to the devouring system in his body and ordered it to start absorbing the mental power. As for refining the void battleship, he wasn't in a hurry. He would put it aside for the time being. Maybe the mental power source core floating above his mind would transform again after the absorption, and it might even evolve into a level 8 one. If he really wanted to refine such a gargantuan object, a level 8 mental power would obviously be far more efficient than a level 7 one. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the job of cutting wood. Soon, a trickle-like stream of mental power flowed into Yi Xian's mind and was directly absorbed by the mental power source core floating above his mind. As time passed, not only did this trickle continue to exist, the amount also grew larger and larger. In the end, the amount of mental energy that poured into Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness every minute and every second was like a surging river. It was a wonderful feeling. Although it wasn't as gentle as when he absorbed the weeping soul beast's energy, it wasn't as violent as when he absorbed the mental power of the demonkin either. Instead, it was a combination of both. The amount was huge, and the absorption process was quite smooth and stable. After more than 10 minutes, the endless stream of mental power finally disappeared. The remaining mental power in the tubes had been completely absorbed. Chapter 3584. Congratulations to the host. Your mind source core has leveled up. Your mind source core is currently at level 8. Congratulations to the host. Your mind source core has leveled up. Some of your mind skills and secret techniques have leveled up. Congratulations to the host. You have been given the opportunity to randomly select a mind secret technique to evolve. Do you wish to use it immediately? When the unending stream of mind power finally disappeared, the remaining mind power in the transmission pipe was completely absorbed. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised when the familiar system beep rang out in his mind once again. Just as he had expected, he had hit the jackpot this time. His source core had transformed once again and finally evolved to level 8. According to the information that the demonic race had revealed, only the first demon emperor's mind source core had reached this level in the history of the demonic race. Of course, although Yi Xian had believed this in the past, he could only chuckle at this point. In a starry sky environment, the waters were indeed too deep. Nothing could be trusted easily, and one couldn't just look at the surface. Yi Xian had just realized this not too long ago. However, this time, he was lucky enough to once again transform and evolve the spirit core in his mind. To Yi Xian, this kind of joyous occasion was naturally worth being happy about. There were indeed too many benefits. The first and most direct benefit was that Yi Xian's mind attribute had leveled up once again. When he used any mind attribute secret techniques or mystic abilities, their might would become even stronger. Another pleasant surprise was that after his source core had transformed, some of the mind attribute secret techniques and mystic abilities that he had mastered had leveled up once again. For example, the Annihilation Spear and the Annihilation Vortex, as well as the Absolute Concussion and the Perfect Concussion secret techniques, had leveled up once again. They were now high-level mind attribute secret techniques. However, the Mind Lightning technique and the Slave Seal technique hadn't changed. They had been at the mid-level before, so they were still at the mid-level now. The Mind Crush and Mind Charm techniques, which had been at the high level before, hadn't changed this time either. Of course, in the end, there was also the only mental power ability that Yi Xian had mastered, Mind Reversal. Perhaps it was because he had just mastered it not long ago and had only used it a few times, but after the source core leveled up again, it was still only an intermediate level mental power ability. In other words, of all the mental strength skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities that Yi Xian possessed, other than the Spiritual Lightning technique, the Slave Seal technique, and the Spiritual Reversal divine ability, the rest had all evolved to high levels. Although Yi Xian's source core hadn't produced any new mind power abilities after it had evolved to the 8th level, he had gotten an even rarer opportunity. The system had randomly selected one of the mind power techniques, secret techniques, and abilities he had already mastered. Mutant evolution. Anything that was related to the word mutation was basically a good thing. Its power would increase greatly. Of course, there were situations where the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, but they were very rare. Yi Xian did not believe that he would be so unlucky as to run into them. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately gave an affirmative reply and asked the system to randomly select one. 3 seconds later, the result was out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Slave Seal art has evolved. Current mutation progress. Primary mutation. Current mutated attribute. Range of application expanded from demon folk to most non-living matter. When the system beeped in his mind, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Slave Seal? It was actually the Slave Seal? Needless to say, Yi Xian was caught off guard and felt a sense of great disappointment. The Slave Seal was the first mind power technique he had mastered. It could be said that it had played a huge role in the early stages of Yi Xian's growth. Without the Slave Seal art, Prince Xian, who had shocked the 3 Great Plains, would not have existed. He would not have had the opportunity to enter the first universe. In fact, even if he had gone, he would have just been on a platter. Although Yi Xian had always been grateful for the Slave Seal art, it was only a mind power technique after all. It could only be used on demons with mind power source cores in their brains. As for humans and other living beings of other races, they didn't have source cores in their brains. They didn't even have mind power. Without them, what was the use of the Slave Seal? Therefore, in the past 2 years, Yi Xian had rarely used the Slave Seal art when he was in the middle stages of his growth. He hadn't used it at all in the later stages because it wasn't necessary. With his strength and various other methods and foundations, Yi Xian could definitely use a more direct and faster method to solve the Slave Seal art. Unsolved problem. Amongst the entire Devil Cultivator race, There were only a handful that could cause the current Yi Xian to be helpless and need to rely on a slave imprint to deal with them. Furthermore, he was now an ally of the demon race, so the slave seal art was even more useless. That was too unkind of him. Among all the mind power techniques, secret techniques, and divine abilities that he had mastered, Yi Xian would have been overjoyed if he had gotten the chance to mutate and evolve any of them except for the slave seal art. Only the slave seal art had become useless, yet it had hit the jackpot. This made Yi Xian extremely depressed. However, this kind of depression quickly dissipated and turned into an even more intense pleasant surprise. This was because after pondering for a moment, he immediately discovered that he'd hit the jackpot again. The mutated attribute of the slave seal actually allowed this kind of mental strength skill, which had become useless to the current Yi Xian, to once again be useful. Naturally. Furthermore, the room for development and growth potential had become even wider. The mutation process actually had different levels. The current slave seal art was only a beginner mutation. In the future, there would be intermediate, advanced, and even more powerful mutations. Just the beginner mutation allowed the slave seal art to expand its range of application from being only able to be used on the demon race to being able to be used on most non-living beings other than the demon race. Of course, the success rate was not guaranteed. This was obviously directly related to Yi Xian's own strength, as well as the target's various attributes, level, and other factors. For example, stars were also non-living beings. If the current Yi Xian wanted to use the slave seal art on a huge star and refine it for himself, he would definitely be kicked in the head by a tortoise. On the other hand, if the target was changed to a piece of ordinary iron or a mountain rock, the result would be different. It would definitely be refined on the spot. That's right, it was refining. Yi Xian carefully studied the beginner mutation of the slave seal art and finally completely understood. Chapter 3585. The primary variant slave imprint, other than the domain expansion, had two perverse unique properties. They were concealment and confusion. In other words, if a treasure refined by the slave imprint fell into the hands of others, they wouldn't be able to tell that the treasure was refined. This was the concealment property. As for the confusion property, it was even more interesting. If the opponent tried to refine the treasure for himself, then congratulations, because he would definitely succeed. However, this kind of success was just an illusion. Yi Xian could take back his authority at any time, and with a thought, the other party's painstaking refinement efforts would vanish into thin air. The magic treasure that was originally in his hand instantly turned on him and was inexplicably controlled by Yi Xian. This was definitely a fatal blow. Who could defend against it? What made Yi Xian even more pleasantly surprised was that the concealment and confusion attributes of the elementary variant slave seal were completely impossible to detect. At the very least, the current answer given by the system was, those below the Realm Lord level were unable to detect it. This was enough. What was Yi Xian's cultivation level? Even if he cried and screamed for death, he wouldn't be able to offend a Sector Lord level existence. At most, he would get a Sector Lord level Golden Crow corpse and occasionally release a strand of aura to scare others. Since that was the case, then the current slave imprint had a shocking meaning to Yi Xian. How many treasures and supreme treasures did he have? If he was forced into a corner, at most he could deliberately trick the opponent and let the opponent steal one or two of them. When the opponent refined them and took them out to deal with him, the tables would turn. That scene would definitely be interesting. Just thinking about it made Yi Xian eager to try. Coincidentally, there's a hidden mastermind waiting outside the Devil Emperor planet. If nothing goes wrong, this guy will definitely make a move on the way to Tianji City. It seems like, as he muttered to himself, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth quickly curled into a mischievous smile. Looks like before we set off, we'll have to pick a few famous magic treasures and refine them with the elementary slave seal. Maybe we'll be able to use them soon. But for now, let's get rid of this big guy first. With my level 8 mental power and the slave seal, it won't take me more than a few minutes to refine it. Speaking up to this point, he turned his head to look at the gigantic void battle armor at the side and chuckled again. This is such a coincidence. The convenient effect of the slave seal in the initial stage of mutation can be fully displayed on the void battle armor. Originally, I was still a little worried about reaching Tianji City. After that, once I hand over the war talisman, what kind of accident will happen? Now it seems that everything is fine. While speaking, Yi Xian immediately activated the primary mutated power of the slave seal. He concentrated and began to fully refine the behemoth that was 300,000 meters in diameter. Dang! Congratulations to host for successfully refining the void battle armor. Primary mutated slave seal has been successfully branded. Concealment and confusion properties have been successfully activated. In just a few minutes, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Level 8 mental power was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, Yi Xian used the mutated slave seal to refine the void battle armor, so the speed was really fast. Even he was a little surprised. After inspecting the void battle armor, Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. Now, he could control the void battle armor with ease. Within 100 miles, he could throw in tens of millions of soldiers from the undying world and activate it at any time. Due to the concealment and confusion properties of the primary mutated slave seal, no one would be able to tell that the void battle armor had been refined no matter how they inspected it. They could even continue refining it. Of course, even if the refinement was successful, it would only be an illusion. It is indeed awesome. This type of mutated property is definitely the best treasure for sneaky people. Yi Xian grinned. He was even more confident about the plan he was going to carry out after reaching Tianji City. It was the same for uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes and getting rid of him. Immediately after, Yi Xian pondered for a while. He took out treasures and even treasures from his body one after another and used the same method to refine them once again. This included the Shenong Cauldron, Yanluo, and other treasures that had already been exposed in the hands of Linghu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master. Since these treasures had already been refined by Yi Xian, the speed at which they were refined a second time with the elementary mutated slave seal was similarly fast. Moreover, the concealment and confusion effects of the elementary mutated slave seal had all been successfully activated. Even the traces of refinement left behind during the previous refinement were completely hidden due to the effects of the primary mutated slave seal during the second refinement. They looked like treasures that had never been refined before. At this point, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. All the necessary preparations had been completed. They could set off for Tianji City at any time. In order to avoid people's eyes and ears and to prevent the news from leaking out, the transformation of the Void Battle Claw and to the subsequent training of the Soldier Ladle clan were all carried out in a secret valley hundreds of miles away from the Demon Imperial City. Moreover, the Star Lord of the Demon race had set up a trap outside the valley. An isolation restriction. At this time, Yi Xian was refining the void battle armor alone in the valley. The demon tribe's royal uncle Mo Qigong and the others were waiting outside the valley. Originally, they thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 days to complete the refinement. After all, it was a huge object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. When the demon emperor Mo Wentian refined it, it also took more than a day. Although Mo Wentian and Yi Xian were at the 7th level of spiritual power, their cultivation was much stronger than Yi Xian's. Therefore, according to Mo Qigong's estimation, Yi Xian would need at least 2 days to refine the void battle armor. Because of this, when he saw Yi Xian walk out of the valley less than 2 hours after he left, he was stunned. Then, his expression changed slightly. He said somewhat anxiously, "What's wrong? You can't refine it? What should we do? Where can we find a space treasure box of this level to store it?" "No need, I've already stored it in my body." Yi Xian grinned. With a wave of his hand, the void battle armor within his body was activated. It stood in the air in front of the two of them, giving Mo Qigong a huge fright. How did you refine it so quickly?" "That's not right." Perhaps he didn't believe that Yi Xian would be able to refine the void battle armor so quickly. As he spoke, Mo Qigong subconsciously investigated and used his mental energy to enter the core of the beehive. Then, his expression changed again as he cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, how did you do it?" Clearly, You didn't refine it, but you can still store it in your body? What is going on? Who said that you can't store it in your body without refining it? As for how I did it. Chapter 3586. Stinking brat, you are getting better and better at playing mind games with me. Mo Qigong rolled his eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions. Although the demon race and Yi Xian were now strategic allies, who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves. Although Yi Xian's methods had puzzled him, it was also because of this that he didn't know what to do. He couldn't ask any further questions. Mo Qigong was well aware of this. Strategic allies also needed to respect each other. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain this relationship and cracks would appear. Alright, since everything is ready. You brat, your mind power has actually broken through? Halfway through his sentence, Mo Qigong cried out in surprise again. *CK. Don't tell me that in less than an hour, your source core completed its 7th transformation and is now a grade 8 source core. Actually, that's exactly what happened. Yi Xian didn't hide this fact. He told Mo Qigong about the faint remnant of mind power in the Void Battle Talisman's transmission tube and how he had tried to absorb it. He hadn't expected to succeed. Finally, he spread his hands. Actually, I didn't refine the battle talisman at all. I used all my time to absorb my mind power. In the end, after the source core completed its transformation, I casually tried to absorb the battle talisman into my body. That was really unexpected. Qigong, do you know what happened? You must explain this to me. Stinking brat, are you done yet? Mo Qigong seemed very hurt. His face was full of hidden bitterness. Can't you play happily? This is clearly a deliberate attack on this old man. I've really been careless in making friends. After resting for half a day, Yi Xian immediately set off. He left the Demon Emperor planet and rushed toward the Tianji City star region of the first universe. The road ahead was long. Even if he jumped through wormholes again and again, it would still take him more than 20 days to reach the Tianji City. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. According to his calculations, the mastermind behind the scenes would make a move midway. Something must have happened. At this moment, old ghost Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless patriarch had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Although the two old fellows had taken a detour, their cultivations were strong. They were universe gods of the 15th Great Realm. In addition, Yi Xian had briefly stayed on the Demon Emperor planet for half a day, so they rushed. This time, they were in front of Yi Xian. Hurrying all the way, the two old fellows spent another 4 or 5 days advancing forward before finally stopping at a relatively secluded star field. This is the place. Old Devil Zhan Tu leaped and landed on a certain abandoned planet on one side of the sailing route. He said in great satisfaction, this space zone is relatively secluded. The nearest administrative planet of the servant community is 3 days away. It is extremely far away. We are not afraid that the news will be leaked. That kid will probably take another 6 or 7 days to reach this star region. Time is enough for you and me to make arrangements. After a sinister laugh, the eyebrowless patriarch said, this time, no matter what, we have to keep that kid here. Otherwise, once he returns to the Tianji clan to accept the title and officially become the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, with his means and the support of the Tianji clan, I am afraid it will become more and more difficult in the future. The more difficult it is to deal with, if we really let him grow up, we will be drawing water with a bamboo basket and rejoicing in vain. As for the ceiling formation, it has always been useless against this kid. We don't need to bother with that at all. We just need to make good use of the 2 trump cards in our hands. While talking old, Zhan Tu on the side had already taken out a very strange gourd-shaped storage magic weapon. As he tilted it, 2 chains poured out from the mouth of the gourd, and 3 female cultivators rolled out. They were the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. Although the 3 women didn't have any other restraints on their bodies, there was a restriction placed on their bodies. Their cultivation bases were almost the same, and they could only maintain a state where they wouldn't die in the environment of the void. They couldn't cause any waves at all. Even if old Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless patriarch let them go, the 3 women would not be able to leave this star region. At this moment, they were suddenly released. The three women looked around. After seeing the surrounding environment, their faces suddenly changed. They scolded the two old men harshly. And it was probably because the smile on the eyebrowless patriarch's face was too wretched that they subconsciously guessed something. At this moment, as soon as they spoke, the three women were very staunch. They directly said that they would rather die than to die. Seniors, you are the mighty figures of the universe, but you actually did such a thing to us juniors. Now you even got such a desolate star. What exactly do you want? Old man who is so cheap that he can't even grow eyebrows, stop dreaming. If you dare to mess around, we will just die. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if we still have the ability to self-destruct. Yes, we swear that we will not obey. You better give up this idea and let us sisters go. Otherwise, you will only end up harming others without benefiting yourself. Why do you want to do this? Although the three women's words were different, their willpower was firm. They were already prepared to die. In order to ensure that they could at least survive in this void environment and not die, the cultivation in their body was not completely sealed. Therefore, they did have the ability to self-destruct. This made old Jean too and the eyebrowless patriarch have to be afraid. The latter did have a wretched face. He originally wanted to take advantage of them, but at this moment he was frightened. After all, for them, these three women were the trump card to suppress Xianxia. If they really self-destructed, the loss would be the greatest. And these two old men. Therefore, although the eyebrowless patriarch, who was scolded that he was so cheap that he couldn't even grow eyebrows, was ashamed and angry, in the end he restrained himself and did not flare up on the spot. He muttered in his heart that he would catch the brat first. Later, he would have time to slowly play with and deal with these three women. He was happy. After a cold snort, the wretched smile on his face gradually disappeared. He then said, "What are you three wretched girls thinking? How can the two of us be such despicable people? Don't worry, as long as you cooperate obediently and don't make a fuss, when the bait is hooked and falls into the hands of the two of us, we will naturally let you go." Hearing this, the three women of the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and finally asked, "What's the situation? Senior means, you want to use us as bait? If that's the case, you must be mistaken. Although there are also powerful figures in our clan, we can't say that we can deal with the two of you at the same time." Chapter 3587. What does this have to do with the families behind the three of you? Don't underestimate the two of us. At the side, old Ghost John too rolled his eyes. No matter what, he was still an elder of the Heavenly Battle Empire and had a noble status. Although the Shenyuan family, the Duanmu family, and Bodhi Biotech were considered giants and were the top families and forces in the field of gene fluid research in the Eternal Dynasty, he did not think that this was a big deal. It was not an exaggeration to say that this little bit of foundation was nothing in his eyes. It was not worth it for him to join forces with his old friend, the brow-less ancestor, to scheme so painstakingly. Therefore, old Ghost Jean Tu's face immediately darkened. He was not interested in wasting time with these three girls. He waved his hand and said, "All right, don't ask too much about things that you shouldn't ask. Anyway, the two of us are not plotting against the families behind you. This has nothing to do with you. We will let you go after this." Then, without waiting for the three girls to ask again, he turned to look at the brow-less ancestor. "All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with them. Let's start immediately. These three girls can't be placed in the same place. Just in case, I'll be in charge of two and you'll be in charge of one. Split up." At this point, old Ghost Jean too turned to look at the star continent under his feet. He nodded and said, "This is one place. As for the other two girls, you take one. Pick another star and set it up. I'll take the other one. The two of us will guard separately." The brow-less ancestor laughed strangely and did not give the three girls a chance to continue asking. He waved his hand and released a ball of gentle energy that wrapped around the purplish warbler. Then he turned around and left. It was the 10th day of the journey. A day ago, Yi Xian had just finished a wormhole jump. However, the next wormhole jump was about 2 days away. During the 2-day journey, there was a relatively remote part of the star territory. In addition to the journey to Tianji City, they were almost halfway there. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were no accidents, the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes would appear soon. Sure enough, half a day later, just as Yi Xian entered this rather desolate star domain, a burst of sinister laughter came from a desolate star in front of him. The fish is finally here. Yi Xian laughed coldly. They did not know who was the fish and who was the fisherman. He stepped out of Devil Battle battleship, not intending to take advantage of this opportunity to flee. With a wave of his hand, he stored Devil Battle battleship into his body. He stood in the void and turned his head to look at the abandoned star where the strange cackling sound came from. I already expected that someone would make a move along the way. This great one has also been waiting for a long time. Come out. Let me see who's so tired of living that you're courting death. Brat, we know you have many tricks up your sleeve. You are not afraid of even the Star Lord, let alone the mighty figures of heaven and earth. You can leave at any time. However, if the two of us were not fully prepared today, we would not have attacked so easily. Amidst the strange laughter, old ghost Zhan Tu's figure appeared on a star on the left side of the void. Speaking of which, the two of us are actually just betting on whether you will give up on these three girls. I have one in my hands now. You will know after I kill her. If she doesn't have one, if you don't, the two of us will just turn around and leave. After saying that, old ghost Zhan Tu waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was Duanmu Xiaocha. At this moment, his face was filled with grievance, but his eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that he didn't recognize him at all. Yi Xian's heart sank. When he saw Duanmu Xiaocha, he immediately understood who the three girls were. At the same time, since the other party could make a move on these three girls, it was enough to prove that the other party had basically completely seen through the secret of Yi Xian's identity. Other than young Master Ling Hu and young Master Netherworld, even Prince Xian's matter had been exposed. What shocked him the most was that this guy's methods were too decisive. He actually said that he wanted to kill one of them to see if Yi Xian cared. He did not intend to waste time talking nonsense. I also have one in my hands. If the young clan leader really does not care, I will not kill this one. It would be a pity to kill such a beautiful girl. Why don't I seal all her cultivation and bring her back as a sex slave? It would be good to slowly play with her. On the other side of the void in the distance, the figure of the eyebrowless old ghost also appeared. Behind him was the purplish warbler who was controlled. Brat, I know you have methods that even the Star Lord is afraid of, but why don't you try using them? Hee, let me remind you, there's still one more girl that is sealed on another planet. She's sealed in another star. Don't try to play any tricks. If you destroy that star and kill that girl, it has nothing to do with us. Yi Xian sneered. In order to deal with a mystic light realm cultivator like him, the two of them had really put in a lot of effort. Now that the three girls were separated and held as hostages, even if Yi Xian really did have any methods, he would not be able to use them. No matter how powerful his methods were, it was impossible for him to take care of three people at the same time. Direction. After all, the two of them were universe realm cultivators. Once they saw that the situation was not right, they would definitely be ruthless and leave. Yi Xian would not even have the possibility of chasing after them. There was still one more girl who he did not know about. Should this old man call you Prince Xian, young Master Ling Hu, young Clan Master Netherworld, or the invincible war god, young Clan Master Sha Baofeng of the Heaven's Legacy race? Just as Yi Xian was pondering, the old ghost Zhan Tu in the distant void spoke again. There was a strong sense of ridicule in his tone. How amazing! If this important news were to spread, I'm afraid the three major planes would be shaken, right? At that time, what kind of pressure will the immortal dynasty face? Strength, I'm sure you know this better than this old man, so... This was another threat. However, Yi Xian did not care at all about the pressure the immortal dynasty would have to bear because of this. Regarding this, the two old guys probably would not have thought of this no matter what. They did not know that Yi Xian was not Prince Xian at all. This identity was only created by a freak combination of factors. Of course, now that the lie had become the truth, even though the immortal dynasty knew the truth, they had already pinched their noses and accepted it. As the old ghost Zhang Tu's words spread, the three girls all widened their eyes. Although Zhao Qianru had not appeared yet, she was on a star in the distance. Her body was restrained, so she heard everything clearly. They only knew that Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and that invincible war god who was still causing trouble in the cultivation camp were all Yi Xian or his clone. They only found out about the young clan master of the Heaven's Legacy race at this moment and were completely stunned. Congratulations! You got all of them right. Yi Xian shrugged. He had no intention of denying it at all. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with killing intent. Chapter 3588. Brat, this old man doesn't have time to waste with you. I'll give you 10 more breaths to consider. Once 10 breaths are up, this old man will immediately kill this girl in my hand. At most, I'll just leave immediately. Seeing that Yi Xian had fallen into deep thought and did not speak, old ghost Zhang Tu urged again, "You'd better think carefully, don't make a mistake." "Mistake your sister?" Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and scolded without any trace of politeness. He raised his hand and pointed at old ghost Zhang Tu and the eyeless ancestor from afar, then continued, "I say, aren't the two of you too unprofessional? Do you know how to rob? The hostage is tied up, and your methods are ruthless enough, but after all this time, you still look. You seem to have forgotten the most important part, right? You two old ghosts, you didn't even say what you want to rob this old man. You only care to threaten this old man to think carefully. What am I thinking about?" Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha could not help but laugh out loud. On the other side, the purplish warbler also rolled his eyes, and Zhao Qianru, who was on the other star, was basically the same. The three girls had their hearts in their throats. At this moment, when they saw that Yi Xian was still so funny at this time, it was obvious that he had a card up his sleeve. With their understanding of Yi Xian, they were afraid that these three old guys would be in trouble soon. As a result, they were relieved and no longer worried about him. "You, cough cough, why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this old man about to say it?" Zhang Tu's old face turned red, and he was extremely embarrassed. Don't say, what the other party said was right. He was so focused on threatening that he forgot what he wanted to ask for. As a robber, he actually had to be reminded by the robber to say the conditions. This was really F***ing embarrassing. Smelly brat, cut the crap. Hurry up and throw out the Yenluo. Don't play any tricks. If you want to use this opportunity to summon the corpse ancestor Hitorigami to attack this old man, humph, you can give it a try. Let's see if her movements are faster than this old man's snapping of this girl's neck. At this moment, the ancestor of the eyebrows finally spoke again. As he spoke, his withered right hand was already grabbing the fair neck of the purplish warbler. He turned his head and looked at old ghost Zhang Tu. "Old friend, as we agreed before, the Yenluo belongs to me and I get to choose first. Is there a problem? Let go of that girl. If you dare to touch her with your dirty hands, I will definitely chop off your black claws." Before old ghost Zhang Tu could reply, Yi Xian had already snapped. Yi Xian curled his lips when he saw the old man's blackbird's claw come to a halt in midair. He continued, "Isn't it just the smoky silk net? I'll give it to you, but let me tell you, if I can give it to you today, I can get it back from you in the future. You better pray for yourself." In other words, it was obvious that he had no choice but to compromise. Not only were the two old men surprised, but even the three girls of the purplish warbler were stunned. The purplish warbler even tried to dissuade him anxiously, "Are you out of your mind? The Yenluo is no small matter. How can you give it to him?" Indeed, the Yenluo was not just a primordial treasure. More importantly, it also contained the spiritual senses of several primordial creatures. Even the awakened corpse ancestor Hitorigami had a terrifying half-step Star Lord cultivation. Once it fell into the hands of the ancestor of the universe, the eyebrows ancestor, it would become a wingless tiger. In the future, Yi Xian would never be able to get it back. "Damn girl, I'll break your arm if you dare to talk nonsense again. However, you must hand it over today. Don't try to play any tricks. I won't give you a chance. Remember, Throw the Yen Luo to me after erasing the spiritual sense mark you refined. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Xian had expected such a request. He sneered and pretended to do it. Then, he waved his hand and threw the Yen Luo into the void in the distance. At that moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Especially old ghost Zhan Tu and the Eyebrow's ancestor. In their opinion, Yi Xian most likely did not erase the spiritual sense mark he refined. Instead, he secretly made the corpse ancestor Hanba in the Yen Luo to suddenly attack and suppress the Eyebrow's ancestor as soon as the Yen Luo approached. In fact, even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were a little nervous at the moment. After all, strictly speaking, they really didn't have a close relationship with Yi Xian. Even the purplish warbler was like this, let alone Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. If one were to say that Yi Xian would give Yen Luo to others for their sake, and that there would definitely be other treasures as well, then the three girls wouldn't believe it in their hearts. Despite that, the final result made everyone feel relieved, and they even heaved a sigh of relief. The Yen Luo had already shot close to him. The Eyebrow's ancestor gritted his teeth and finally stretched out his hand to catch it. Then, he checked it with his spiritual sense and found that the spiritual sense mark he refined had indeed been erased. This treasure was now ownerless, and he could refine it at any time. The old man looked up and laughed. He stood up. Boy, it seems that these three girls are very important to you. You didn't hesitate to do such a stupid thing. Since ancient times, too much love leads to hatred. Brat, although you are talented, you can't pass the test of love. In the end, you can't become a great person. While talking, the Eyebrow's ancestor had already refined the Yen Luo on the spot. He turned his hand and put it into his body. He also did this just in case. Now, the Yen Luo was completely his. In another void in the distance, old ghost Zhan Tu's eyelids twitched twice, and a touch of envy shot out from his eyes. However, the string of his heart that was originally tight finally relaxed. Amongst the various treasures in Yi Xian's possession, only this Yen Luo and the remains of the Realm Lord level Golden Crow were the most likely to be tampered with by him. Moreover, the possibility of the Yen Luo being tampered with was at least 80%, far above the remains of the Realm Lord level Golden Crow. Now, it seemed that since he could so easily hand over the Yen Luo, then the Golden Crow's remains could be ruled out. After all, once the remains were used, its pressure couldn't be controlled. If it could injure Zhan Tu and the Eyebrow's ancestor, the three girls couldn't escape and would die even faster. Not to mention that their cultivation was now sealed. Even if they weren't, they definitely couldn't withstand the pressure of the Sector Lord Realm Golden Crow's remains. They would explode and die on the spot. Chapter 3589. Even if I erase the refining mark, do you have the ability to refine it? Yi Xian sneered. After a few fiddles, he took out a space treasure box from the undying world in his body. He waved his hand and threw it out, but his mouth was not as mocking as before. The refining mark has been erased, and I will give you a top storage treasure box with a huge space, but you better not open it. Otherwise, the ownerless Medicine King Cauldron will instantly reveal its original form and turn into a giant star cauldron. At that time, you can't take it away. So don't blame me. This was indeed the case. Back then, the Shenong Cauldron had been left in the secret space for countless years. There had been many powerful people who tried to refine or take it away, but no one succeeded. Now Yi Xian deliberately did this. He was so thoughtful that he wanted to confuse these two old guys so that they would think that he was completely controlled. In fact, he had also refined the Shenong Cauldron again with the slave seal skill of the primary mutation, and this time, he only handed over the Shenong Cauldron. As for the Shenong pestle that was unknown to the outside world, Yi Xian still kept it in his hands. Humph! You don't have to worry about it. This old man has his own way to refine it. Old ghost Zhan Tu's face darkened. With a cold snort, he took the space treasure box that shot over and extended his divine sense into it. After checking and confirming that it was indeed the Medicine King tripod in the treasure box and that the mark of refinement had been erased, his hanging heart was completely relieved. After keeping the space treasure box in his body, the old guy turned his head and looked at the eyebrowless old ancestor in the void on the other side. He grinned and said, Old friend, I will need your help to refine this Medicine King cauldron. However, now you have obtained an ancient treasure that can be refined and used on the spot, but this old man can only keep it first. In this case, this old man should choose first, right? The eyebrowless old ancestor frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Zhao Qianru, Xinyuan Xing, and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were completely bound and unable to speak, anxiously listened to the development of the situation. All began to shout at the same time. Zhao Qianru, Xinyuan Xing, and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were completely bound, could only anxiously listen to the development of the situation. Old Ghost John too, no matter what, you are all powerful people, can't you be more shameless? Is it not enough to extort an ancient treasure? A man's heart is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, be careful not to die. This is simply a bottomless pit. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. Otherwise, we will definitely be emptied out by them in the end. Do you really think that they will let you go? If you don't leave now, we will immediately. He really did not expect that Duanmu Xiaocha, who was usually a little mischievous but actually quite weak in character, would be so fierce at this moment. As she spoke, a manic aura spread out from her body. Her cultivation was not completely sealed, so she still had the ability to self-destruct. This scared the hell out of Old Ghost John Tuesday. If this little girl really wanted to self-destruct, he could just leave. However, the various fortunes that were about to come to him would all go down the drain. This kind of opportunity was too rare, and neither he nor the eyebrowless old ancestor wanted to miss it so easily. Therefore, in a moment of panic, the old ghost Jean too patted his chest on the spot. With an anxious expression, he carefully said, "Oh my goodness, please don't be impulsive, okay? Where there is life, there is hope. I can make a Tao oath that at most, I will only take away that kid's treasures. I'll empty all the treasures on the table, and I won't harm you or him. That should do, right? Yes, 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 I will do the same. I will make a Tao oath that as long as I take that kid's treasures, I will let you go immediately. Otherwise, my Tao heart will collapse, and I will be struck by lightning." Although he was unwilling because he had originally planned to kill Yi Xian in the end to prevent future troubles, and at the same time, take the 3 girls away to play with. However, in the current situation he had no choice but to give up. If he did not make a Tao oath, the various treasures and fortunes later on would go down the drain. He had no choice. Seeing that both of them had made a Tao oath, the frenzied aura in Duanmu Xiaocha's body suddenly stagnated. She also hesitated. If they could really ensure that they could survive this tribulation, it was not unacceptable. After all, they were right. Where there is life, there is hope. TSK robbing like this, you even flatter the hostage and call her grandaunt. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. Other than the 2 of you, there is probably no one else. It was also at this time that Yi Xian's sarcastic voice sounded again. He sneered, "Since even the 2 ancient treasures, Yuyan Luo and the Medicine King tripod, have been handed over, I will completely throw caution to the wind for today's matter. As long as you dare to take it, you can take the treasures in my hands. However, I still have the courage to give them to you today, and in the future, I will have the ability to take them back. You have to hold on tight. In addition, it is always me who keeps taking out. It doesn't seem very kind, right? Each of you has a primordial treasure. Don't you think you should at least show some appreciation?" This was clearly the rhythm of giving whatever they wanted. However, it was fine if they wanted me to give it to them. It seemed that they couldn't keep holding on to the hostage in their hands like this. The 2 old fellows understood this layer of meaning and looked at each other across the distant void. Then, Old Ghost John too laughed sinisterly. "The 2 of us have already made a Tao oath, what are you still worried about? Hee, how about this, the 2 of us will each pick a treasure, and then let one of us go back. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Yi Xian sneered again. "Tell me, what do you like this time? Anyway, it's only temporarily in your hands. I have nothing to be reluctant about. I'll give you whatever you want. It doesn't matter." Ha! With this courage, this old man has no choice but to be convinced. Seeing Yi Xian nod his head and agree, Old Ghost Jean Tu's heart relaxed. He immediately laughed loudly, and then suddenly stopped talking. Don't you still have a quasi-supreme treasure-level small private battleship? The one with the battleship's killing system. Anyway, you have the Heavenly Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability. This small battleship probably won't be used anymore, so it's still the same old rules. Erase the refining imprint and give it to this old man. Don't play tricks. Alright, isn't it just a small private battleship? If I give it to you, this old man can refine another one later, just as you wish. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. As he spoke, he pretended to be busy again, erasing the refining imprint. Chapter 3590. Ha! This old man suddenly understands a little. No wonder you are so generous. So this is what you are after all this time? As soon as Duanmu Xiaocha finished speaking, the old ancestor raised his head and laughed. His words were full of ridicule. Tisk, he. You are indeed a sentimental person. Just by throwing out a few treasures, you can capture the hearts of 3 peerless beauties at the same time. This deal is up to different people. Others may think that you have suffered a loss, but maybe you are still secretly happy and think that you have made a big profit. Yes, this old man appreciates you more and more now. On the other side, old ghost Zhang Tu also took over the conversation and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. This kind of sentimental person is very rare nowadays. It is rare to meet one. How can the two of us not help you? Cut the crap, hurry up and hand over the treasure ship. After this matter is over, the two of us will immediately leave. You can also enjoy the good fortune of having 3 phoenixes as soon as possible. Hearing these words, Duanmu Xiaocha, who was originally crying, immediately stopped crying. Her whole face was red to the neck, including the purplish warbler, who was biting her lower lip, and Zhao Qianru, who had not yet appeared, but had heard everything, were the same. The 3 girls were so embarrassed that they were all speechless for a moment. At this moment, Yi Xian had also waved his hand and shot out another space treasure box, flying towards old ghost Zhang Tuesday. This time, whether it was old ghost Zhang Tu or the old ancestor, the two of them were no longer worried. They did not think that Yi Xian would play any more tricks. The latter spoke impatiently, picking up the second treasure that belonged to him. Now it's this old man's turn. Brat, hand over your shape-shifting quasi-starry sky supreme treasure battle armor. This old man is quite interested in it. At the same time, the space treasure box that was shot towards old ghost Zhang Tu was finally caught by him. Holding it in his hand, he checked it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he raised his head and laughed. Not bad, you are still young and honest. Hurry up and hand over the battle armor to old friend Wu Mei. We just agreed that we would let the two of us choose 1 treasure each, and we would let 1 girl go back first. After handing over the battle armor, the girl in my hand, who was crying and insisting on marrying you, will immediately be reunited with you. Reunited? Brat, you really have good luck with women, huh? Yi Xian did not pay attention to him. He pretended to struggle again, and then threw the space treasure box that contained the undying glass armor over. Of course, it had also been refined with the primary variant slave seal. Yi Xian could take it back at any time and activate it remotely. The old ancestor Wu Mei caught the space treasure box in his hand and immediately extended his divine sense into it. After checking that there was nothing wrong, he raised his head and laughed. At the same time, he said to old ghost Zhang Tu in the void opposite him, "Old friend, this brat seems to be completely honest. In that case, let him have a taste of the sweetness first. After all, the two of us are powerful people in the universe. How can we go back on our words? However, you are the first to choose in the second round. After handing over the hostages, this old man will not decline the 3rd round." Hearing these words, the 3 girls were instantly infuriated. It turned out that they had to separately extort 2 treasures from Yi Xian for a hostage. If that was the case, wouldn't Yi Xian have to give each of them a total of 6 treasures after all 3 of them were handed over? Even with Yi Xian's terrifying foundation, he would be emptied. No matter how many treasures he had, he would not be able to withstand such a crazy extortion. If it were someone else, even if they were powerful people in the universe, how many treasures could they have? It could be said that most powerful people in the universe would be lucky to have one. Many powerful people did not even have a single ancient treasure or a starry sky treasure. However, at this point, Yi Xian seemed to have already accepted his fate. No matter how much the three girls gnashed their teeth in hatred, there was nothing they could do. In addition, they still held onto the last trace of hope in their hearts, and that was that Yi Xian definitely had his reasons for doing this. With his past monstrous methods, he must have a backup plan this time. Therefore, the three girls gritted their teeth but did not say anything else. They did not even have the interest to reprimand the two greedy old monsters. "Stinking brat, you are a man of your word. The two of us will naturally not deceive you. Catch, your little lover will be here soon." Ha! As he raised his head and laughed, old ghost Zhan Tu casually patted Duanmu Xiaocha, who was beside him, across the air, and instantly removed the restriction in her body. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the latter's body was immediately swept up by a gentle force and flew uncontrollably towards Yi Xian. Soon, she was in front of him. Yi Xian waved his hand and dispelled the other party's force, supporting Duanmu Xiaocha's body and landing beside him. "Sorry, this time, we are in big trouble." As soon as her body landed, the girl's eyes immediately turned red, and she looked like she could cry at any time. Yi Xian was also speechless. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, comforting her gently. "It's okay. Didn't I just say? All the things that they took were only temporarily kept by them to satisfy their cravings. In the future, all of them will be taken back one day." At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, "and it will be with both principle and interest." Of course, he could not say that the "in the future" was actually referring to the moment when the three girls were all freed. If he really said that, even if old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor Wu Mei thought that he was just bragging, they would be more or less vigilant. That would not be good. However, Duanmu Xiaocha trusted Yi Xian very much. The girl immediately clenched her fists to encourage him. "Yes, Xiaocha believes in you. No matter what, let's first deceive Sister Xing and Sister Chanru, then immediately make a move and ruthlessly beat up these two shameless old ghosts, with both principle and interest. We will take back all the treasures that they cheated." It had to be said that this girl was really honest. The words that came out of her mouth happened to be Yi Xian's plan and thoughts. The latter could not help but feel a little creeped out. "I say, miss, this is a top-secret action plan, okay? Is it really okay to say it in front of the enemy like this?" However, what he did not expect was that the more he said this, the more old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor Wu Mei did not believe him. As soon as Duanmu Xiaocha finished speaking, the two of them were so amused that they raised their heads and laughed loudly. "Stinky brat, this time it's my turn to choose first. Immediately hand over your quasi-starry sky treasure battle weapon, and it will be mine in the future." "Hee hee, in that case, this old man wants the gene fluid formulas and finished products in your hands. Don't try to play any tricks. Back in the heavenly battle star field, you've already made a level 12 gene fluid. Now, hand over all the formulas and finished products from level 9 to level 12. Chapter 3591. In the third round, one of the two old fellows wanted Yi Xian's quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, the withered demon blood blade. The other wanted Yi Xian's level 9 to level 12 gene fluid formula and the finished product. Yi Xian had already refined the former with his slave imprint. Although he couldn't refine the latter, he could still get it back as long as he killed these two old fellows later. Thus, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all this time. He directly put the items the two old fellows wanted into small spatial boxes and threw them over. The two old fellows practically caught them at the same time. After inspecting them with their divine senses, they were very satisfied. They raised their heads and laughed. At this point, Yi Xian was already in the third round. The treasures had been scammed by them, but he was still very straightforward. He didn't play any tricks. In the eyes of the two old fellows, all of this was for the sake of the girl. They basically completely believed that Yi Xian had decided to pinch his nose and admit defeat today. Thus, the two old fellows once again suppressed the excitement in their hearts and began to extort. "This round, this old man wants your 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. Hee. Although this item doesn't have much combat power, its defensive and pretentious effects are pretty good. Take it out immediately. And me, this old man wants the cultivation resources in your hands. Prince Xian has a large amount of top-grade star core origins. In addition to the ones that young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld swindled from the various large factions, it's practically a sea of them. Don't try to fool us about this. Even if you don't hand over everything, at least half of it. That's all. That's right. Aside from the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, this old man can't be lacking in cultivation resources. You just need to gather 2 portions. If you can satisfy the 2 of us, this round will count as passed. At that time, we'll throw a girl to you. Brat, be more generous. Just think about how everything is for the sake of the girl. Don't be stingy, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. In the end, the 2 old fellows seemed to be worried that Yi Xian would be stingy. They tried to entice him and even began to threaten him. Yi Xian's face was cold. He didn't care at all and directly threw 2 small spatial boxes over. Inside were a sea of cultivation resources. Even the almighty experts of heaven and earth couldn't help but be frightened. For example, Yi Xian put 100 level 9 colored star core origins in each box. This was definitely enough. Sincerity. Sure enough, after the 2 old men received the small space box, they extended their divine senses into it and immediately exclaimed in joy. *CK. Kid, you are really a fat sheep. Just the cultivation resources in this small space box in this old man's hand can be said to be a huge amount. Today's trip was really not in vain. Even this old man doesn't have such a huge amount of cultivation resources. This time we're really rich. It's the same for this old man. There are 100 level 9 colored star core origins. My brother, this old man, as the almighty expert of heaven and earth, has never seen so many level 9 colored star core origins at one time. No, not to mention 100, even 10 have never seen one before. We've never seen each other before. You're really not a human. Since you're satisfied, then you should fulfill your promise. Yi Xian reminded them in a deep voice, expressionless. Hey, there's one on the surface of the star in front. Old friend, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there. You said before that you'll be in charge of those 2 girls. Without waiting for old ghost Zhan Tu to speak, the old ancestor raised his hand and pointed at the star in front of them. Zhao Qianru was sealed there. Old ghost Zhan Tu frowned when he saw this scene. However, he did not say anything in the end. His figure flashed and disappeared. When he returned in less than 3 breaths of time, he had indeed brought Zhao Qianru over. Moreover, he had even removed the restriction within her body. Soon, Zhao Qianru returned to Yi Xian's side. At this time, among the 3 girls, only the purplish warbler was still under the control of the old ancestor. Brat, now it's time for us to talk about the last deal. With Zhao Qianru's return, the old ancestor spoke again with a hideous smile on his face. I've specially investigated the relationship between these 3 girls and you. If I'm not wrong, this girl from the Xianyuan family is the closest to you, so you should understand that I'm holding her in my hand. That's why I took her out in the end to make a deal with you, right? At this time, old ghost Zhan Tu had already stepped forward and stood next to the old ancestor. However, he did not say anything and allowed the old ancestor to speak. Zhao Qianru and Duanwu Xiaocha, who were following behind Yi Xian, looked at each other anxiously. This was because, according to the old ancestor's words, they were afraid that the purplish warbler would not be released so easily. Yi Xian would have to pay a great price. Yi Xian sneered, but the expression on his face did not change. Say it, I knew that you 2 old things were not good people. I'm listening. I have to say, you're quite sincere, brat. The old ancestor nodded again and praised Yi Xian's previous performance as if he was praising him. Then he changed the topic and continued, however, if you say that you only have these few resources, treasures, and secrets, then you're deceiving yourself. The 2 of us originally wanted to capture you and control your primordial spirit with a secret technique. From then on, we'll keep you as a servant, order you around, and squeeze out all of your talents. However, now that you've made a Tao oath, as long as you satisfy the 2 of us, we'll definitely let you stay today. I'm sure you've never doubted this before. There's no doubt about the binding power of a Tao oath. Why are you talking so much nonsense? My time is very precious. Can you be a little faster? Yi Xian frowned and his face was full of impatience. Why are you so fussy about robbing me? I really don't know how the two of you cultivated to the level of heaven and earth. This was not the first time that Yi Xian had belittled old Devil Zhan Tu and the old ancestor. The two old men had never met such an arrogant fellow. He was the one who was being robbed, but he kept complaining that the pace was not fast enough. This made the two old men extremely unhappy, and at this moment, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. However, they gritted their teeth and endured it. Seeing that the other party was quite cooperative today, they did not want to argue with him over such a small matter. All right, since you're straightforward enough, I won't beat around the bush with you. As long as you complete this last round of transactions, we'll immediately give you the Xianyuan girl and leave. At this point, a greedy look appeared on the old ancestor's face. Then he continued, previously when we asked you for the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, it was just a test. I didn't expect you to really take it out. In other words, in your hands, you do have something that can allow you to cross the boundless void in a short time. Chapter 3592. In addition to this secret method, you must also hand over 2 copies of your knowledge on the 3 ultimate arts of medicine, weapons, and array. After finishing the words of the eyebrowless ancestor, old ghost Zhan Tu suddenly spoke. This is the last deal. After it's done, you and I will be even. The two of us will turn around and leave. How about it? Hee. Speaking of which, the two of us are quite kind. We didn't take away all of your trump cards. Not only did we leave you with many cultivation resources and treasures, we didn't even touch the Sector Lord level Golden Crow's remains. This way, even if your identity is leaked and the powerful beings of Qiankuan or even Star Lord old monsters come knocking on your door, it's not like you don't have any tricks up your sleeves. Kid, be content. In fact, it wasn't that the two old guys didn't covet the Sector Lord level Golden Crow's remains. It was just that that thing was too dangerous. Just its aura alone was enough to kill them. Although Yi Xian seemed to have a way to resolve this, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill it. The head was roasted away. However, the two old guys had no idea what this method was. If Yi Xian did something to it, it would be too late for regrets. They would be at a disadvantage under the terrifying aura of the Golden Crow's remains. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the two old guys finally reluctantly gave up on the Sector Lord level Golden Crow's remains. After all, the benefits they obtained today were not small. There was no need to take that risk. However, young Master Ling Hu was known as one of the 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and formation. His talent in these 3 domains was shocking. This was definitely an unimaginable amount of resources and wealth. The two old guys definitely couldn't let it go. And this was indeed the last thing they planned to extort from Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was destined to not be able to take out the last thing they wanted. The so-called 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and formation was just a saying. Yi Xian knew his own situation. In these 3 domains, without the devouring system, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He couldn't possibly give the devouring system to these 2 guys, right? Besides, even if Yi Xian was willing, he didn't have the ability to hand it over. Therefore, even if he didn't want to make a move, he had no other choice. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately sighed. He spread out his hands and said, "Actually, I really want to give it to you. Unfortunately, I can't take it out at all, so I can only fight head-on." Old Ghost Zhan Tu and old ancestor Wu Mei were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never thought that they would be rejected in this aspect at the very last moment. One had to know that Yi Xian had even handed over Yuan Luo and the Medicine King Cauldron, which were of great significance to him, without any hesitation. Although the two of them were asking for insights into the 3 fields of medicine, tools, and arrays, as well as the secret method of ultra-long distance teleportation, they were also extremely important and precious. However, this was only to others. To Yi Xian, these things were only to be handed over with a copy of his divine sense. To be honest, there was no loss to him at all. The degree of importance was definitely not comparable to that of Yen Luo and the Medicine King Cauldron. But now, he refused. And he even said that he wanted to fight head-on. Could it be that this brat's brain wasn't working properly? He had already handed over his battle armor and several powerful treasures that he had shown before. Even if he had other treasures that he hadn't shown before, he was now facing two mighty figures of the universe. Where did his confidence come from? Besides, the Yu Yen Luo, which he had first handed over, had been refined and absorbed by old ancestor Wu Mei on the spot. In other words, Yi Xian was now not only facing two mighty figures of the universe, but also the half-step Star-Lord Corpse ancestor Hanba. Thinking of this, old ancestor Wu Mei immediately grinned hideously. "Ha, brat, you're courting death. Don't blame us. If you honestly complete this final transaction with the two of us, due to the restriction of the Tao Oath, even if the two of us are unwilling, I'm afraid we can't let you go in the end. At most, we'll just find another opportunity to kill you later. But now, you have broken the previous agreement, so the oath that the two of us made before will naturally be automatically cancelled." After handing over so many treasures and resources, you still can't think straight and insist on courting death in the end. Kid, you really have a screw loose in your head. Even if you do have some kind of powerful means in your hands that have never been revealed to the outside world before, so what? The two of us don't have to take the risk at all. We can test you with the treasures you just handed over and suppress you at the same time. While speaking, old ancestor Wu Mei grinned hideously again. He waved his hand and took out the Yu Yen Luo. That was the biggest reason why old ancestor Wu Mei and old devil Zhan too were so confident. Even if Yi Xian really had a powerful backup plan, they could just let Hanba block him at the front. The two of them could withdraw at any time. Not to mention that there was a purplish warbler by his side. Yi Xian could pay such a huge price for Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. If it was the purplish warbler, even if he wanted to struggle and resist in the end, they would still be able to hold out against him. However, as long as Xianyuan Xing was still in their hands, they were completely fearless. They had a 100% chance of suppressing Yi Xian's struggle this time. At that time, when he compromised again, the two old fellows would definitely ask for even more things. That was then, and this was now, and this was the principle behind it. Thinking of this, the two old fellows were certain in their hearts. A sinister smile appeared on their faces. In their opinion, Yi Xian's sudden outburst at the last moment was simply like delivering food to them. It was like a pie falling from the sky. It was a good thing that they couldn't hope for. However, it was at this moment that a strange change suddenly occurred without any warning. Xiao! 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 Just as old ancestor Wu Mei waved his hand and took out the Yu Yen Luo that had been refined, a few weak rays of light shot out from the two old fellows' bodies at the same time as if they were competing. Among them, the ray that shot out from old devil Zhan Tu's body expanded in an instant, turning into a huge cauldron that was as huge as a star. The cauldron's mouth was filled with 9-colored mist, and it shot out a cloud of atmosphere mist, directly wrapping around the purplish warbler beside old ancestor Wu Mei. It was absorbed into the cauldron and disappeared. Chapter 3593. The farmer god cauldron suddenly soared into the sky and shot out a cloud of 9-colored fog, which swept away the purplish warbler that was controlled by the old ancestor Wu Wu. Everything happened so quickly that the two old guys didn't have time to react at all. When they finally realized what had happened, their expressions changed abruptly, but they had no time to care about the purplish warbler, because what happened just now was just the beginning. Along with the farmer god cauldron, several other deadly treasures shot out from the bodies of the two old guys. The Dongshu shuttle, the undying glass armor, the withered demon blood blade. The battleship killing system of the Dongshu shuttle was absolutely extraordinary. Previously, it was indeed unable to seal the 15th level of the universe. But this time, after being refined by Yi Xian with the primary mutated slave seal, some of its power was developed. The foundation of the shipboard killing system was the Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation Disc. It was a miniature, portable killing formation. All the formation patterns and runes were refined and solidified into the formation disc. This kind of formation disc was very rare even in the cultivation camp. Gao Peng was very high in the world of cultivation. It was even rarer in terms of quality. It could be said that once it was activated, the power of the annihilation array could be overwhelming. It could also transform any energy into 5 types of annihilation thunderbolts, which could be divided and combined. If they were divided, they could penetrate the crust of the earth and collapse the mountains. If they were combined, they could bury an area and destroy the void. There were 5 types of annihilation thunderbolts of different attributes, and there were countless combinations between them. The power of the annihilation thunderbolts derived from each combination was different. It could be said that the power of the annihilation thunderbolts was unpredictable. At this moment, under the control of Yi Xian, the Dongshu shuttle displayed its full power. Hum, with a series of buzzing sounds, the body of the Dongshu shuttle shone brightly. Countless array patterns representing the profound meanings of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were emitting scorching light at an extremely fast speed. Countless rune energy rays of different colors interweaved like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped a large expanse of space. It was as if an enormous net of light energy had spread out high up in the sky, replacing the dome of heaven and enveloping this part of the world. It was multicolored and dazzling. Rumble, an earth-shattering roar soon exploded. 5 energy light pillars of different colors appeared around the light energy net, each representing the power of the 5 elements. They emitted an invisible pressure, towering in the sky and suppressing the area. Not only did they have different attributes and powers, but even the forms they manifested were also very varied. There were round thunderballs of various sizes, nimble flashes of lightning, and even killing weapons such as magic treasures and flying swords, as well as expressions. All kinds of ferocious and terrifying beasts overflowed with ferocity. Since the forms were different, the methods of attack were naturally different as well. Some were fast, some were slow, some were directly pressed down with a loud bang, some were circling around with extreme speed, and all of them were pouring down at the same time from all directions. It was simply dumbfounding, and they simply didn't know how to deal with it. Facing all this, Old Ghost Zhan Tu and Old Ancestor Wu Mei, who had just reacted, were completely dumbfounded. This kind of attack method was so complicated that it made one's hair stand on end. The number was so terrifying that it made one despair. It was simply unheard of. The 2 old guys had only heard of it before. Now that they suddenly saw it with their own eyes, and under such an inexplicable situation, their faces were immediately filled with a dull expression. Suddenly, there was a feeling of chaos in the wind. It was indeed not light. Boom! Screech! Rumble! Before they could react, the huge mess that was pouring down from the sky had already arrived, and the sound of explosions resounded incessantly, and this was just the Dongshu shuttle. The other 2 quasi-starry sky treasures, the indestructible glass armor and the withered demon blood blade, were also astonishingly powerful. The former directly activated the second mecha form. Even though Yi Xian's original body wasn't inside, it still manifested a giant glass armor that was 300 meters tall. Under the push of the super thruster on its back, its body turned into a ray of glass light that danced in the air, and with a wave of its fist, it directly activated the reverse between its elbows. The miniature matter death light cannon shot out black energy beams of light. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of them, respectively attacking the 2 old guys. The withered demon blood blade directly hit its figure. Although the withered demon blade had not yet awakened and was in a deep sleep, Yi Xian was not far away in the void. It was completely at his command, freely controlling it to move according to his thoughts. Its speed was extremely fast. The 5 elements annihilation of the Dongshu shuttle's array killing system. It moved invisibly within the array's killing light screen. The deterrent force was very strong, and it could launch a fatal blow at any time. Although the 2 old fellows were both supreme beings of the universe, even they could not completely ignore the withered demon blood blade's soul-eroding and bone-melting attribute. Once they were hit, even if it was just a small wound, the result would be at least a small layer of skin. This was not all. After the Dongshu shuttle's array killing system was activated, it enveloped the void within 100 miles. Outside the 5 elements formation's killing light screen, at this moment, the Shinong giant cauldron, which was as large as a star, once again floated out a cloud of 9-colored fog from the mouth of the cauldron. Compared to the one that had taken away the purplish warbler in the blink of an eye, it was countless times more majestic. It covered the sky and the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the void within 100 miles, including the killing light screen that was enveloped by the 5 elements formation's killing light screen. This was equivalent to having double insurance. The killing light screen of the 5 elements formation was indeed not enough to seal the 2 supreme beings of the universe. Even if it was only the 9-colored fog of the Shenong giant cauldron, it would not be able to do so. However, when 2 layers of sealing light screens of different attributes were superimposed at the same time, the effect would be completely different. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Its power would increase geometrically. At least, it would not be a problem to seal the old ghost Zhan Tu and the old ancestor Wu Mei within a short period of time. A short period of sealing would be enough. Because even though the old ghost Zhan Tu and the old ancestor Wu Mei were supreme beings of the universe, they were destined to not be able to hold on for too long in this terrifying array that was erected almost instantaneously. Apart from the Dongshu shuttle's killing energy body bombarding indiscriminately, as well as the antimatter miniature death ray cannon's black light pillars that were blasted out by the undying glazed armor from time to time, there was also the withered demon blood blade that was wandering in the sealed space like the netherworld, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. The one that was truly frightening was actually Yu Yen. To be precise, it was the only supreme being's spiritual source that had awakened in Yu Yen, the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. Chapter 3594. Favor Hitorigami? Yi Xian, who was outside the sealing formation, shuddered when he heard that. Even though he was Hitorigami's master, and he was the one who made Hitorigami recognize him as his master because of the headless baby corpse. Even if the two of them wanted Yen Luo to be refined by someone else, corpse ancestor Hanba would never betray the incomparably stable relationship between master and servant. However, Yi Xian still didn't dare to say such words to corpse ancestor Hanba. The wisp of spiritual sense that Hitorigami had left in Yen Luo was only at the peak of the universe realm, the 15th level, which was infinitely close to the Star Lord state. However, its true form was a primordial great being on the same level as the Void Ladle. Among the realms that Yi Xian knew, the strongest were the headless baby corpse and the heavenly eye. Below them were the primordial great beings like the golden divine dragon, the void giant tortoise, and the primordial Yuxia. Below them were the primordial great beings like the Void Ladle and Hitorigami. After the Star Lord, the Region Lord, and the Realm Lord, it was impossible to directly reach the primordial great beings. Between the Sector Lord level and the Remote Antiquity level, there must be several great realms. This was because the Sector Lord level Golden Crow skeletons were simply treated as garbage and were directly excreted from the Netherworld Cauldron. The Netherworld Cauldron didn't even care about them. It could be seen how big the gap between the eyebrowless ancestor and Hitorigami was. The Realm Lord was far inferior to Hitorigami, who was a primordial great being, while the eyebrowless ancestor was thousands of miles away from the Realm Lord level. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to say that he would favor Hitorigami later. Even Yi Xian had to admire such courage. In his opinion, Yu Yen Luo had already been refined by him, and this wisp of spiritual sense of Hanba the corpse ancestor was equivalent to his servant. However, he still dared to have such a dirty idea under such circumstances. It was said that lust was reckless, and it was used on this old man. It was a perfect interpretation of that. Sure enough, Hitorigami flew into a rage as soon as he finished speaking. Rumble. Without any warning, the blood-red corpse flames around Hitorigami, who had just stepped out of Yu Yen Luo, suddenly soared by 100 times as if a bucket of boiling oil had just been poured on it. The area within 10,000 meters around him instantly turned into a sea of fire. Corpse ancestor Hitorigami's body stepped on the blood-red sea of fire and charged toward ancestor Wu Mei. Even a person in a vegetative state could clearly sense that surging killing intent. The ancestor of the Eyebrows sect and old ghost Zhan Tu were dumbfounded. The former's face was completely sluggish. He was a bit confused. Wasn't this his servant? Yu Yen Luo was refined by him on the spot, So why did it turn around and come to him? Moreover, he was brimming with killing intent. In a daze, the eyebrowless ancestor muttered to himself, "What's going on? What went wrong? This old man needs to sort out his thoughts first. My mind is a little messed up again." On the other side of the void, old ghost Jean too, who was currently dodging the boundless killing energy bodies above his head, had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately understood something. He roared in exasperation, "Wu Mei, you old pervert, this is an ancient almighty. Even if he only left a wisp of spiritual sense origin, he still has self-consciousness. You actually want to favor such an existence. This is great, you've pissed me off. F***ck this old man. No, it can't be like this, right?" Hearing this, the ancestor of the eyebrows sect was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. This ancestor's temper was too strong. As the master, couldn't this old man have a few words? Unfortunately, everything had become an established fact. There was no way to explain it. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Seeing that the terrifying corpse flames and blood sea were approaching, if he didn't escape now, he would have a tragic ending. The ancestor of the eyebrows sect let out a miserable howl, turned around and ran, just like ancestor Jean Tuesday. This was because they were going in circles within this 1,000-mile-wide formation. Rumble. Boom. Swoosh, swoosh. The array seal formed by the Dongshu shuttle's battleship killing system was originally only 100 miles in radius. However, as the second layer of sealing power formed by the 9-colored fog of the Shinong cauldron fused into it, the entire range of the array seal instantly increased to a 1,000-mile radius. In this 1,000-mile large array seal, endless killing energy bodies of all kinds poured down from the array energy light pillar of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array. They exploded from time to time, and the sound of the explosion could be described as earth-shattering. In addition, the second form of the indestructible glass armor, which was remotely controlled by Yi Xian outside the array, also punched and blasted out miniature antimatter death light cannon energy light pillars from time to time. The sharp and ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air sent chills down one's spine. In addition, there was the withered demon blood blade, which was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and the pursuit of the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was wrapped in a 10,000-meter-long sea of corpse flames and blood. When all these factors were mixed together, it directly led to the miserable situation of old devil Jean Tu and the old ancestor Wu Mei. The two old men had completely lost the ability to fight back except for running around like headless flies and being hit from time to time. It was not that they had not tried to break out of the array seal. However, after the array energy of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array fused with the 9-colored fog of the Shinong cauldron, the array seal light curtain formed was too powerful. With the cultivation of the two of them, who were only at the late stage of the universe realm, they could not break it by force. Perhaps there was still a chance if it was an old Star Lord. Of course, if the old ancestor Wu Mei was given a certain amount of time to focus on breaking the array seal, there might be hope. However, at this moment he was like a stray dog. In such an environment where there was almost no safe place to stand, he could not even stay in the same place for a few breaths. How could he calm down and deduce? This was clearly the rhythm of being tortured to death in the array seal. The two old men were really scared. After the initial panic, they basically reacted at this time. However, the two old men felt that their minds were in a mess as to how all this had happened. They really had no clue. However, one thing was certain, and that was that they had fallen into Yi Xian's trap. Otherwise, why would the Shinong cauldron, the indestructible glazed armor, and the withered demon blood blade that they had stored inside their bodies suddenly appear out of nowhere and activate their respective power fields in an instant? Killing intent suddenly burst forth from their bodies. Chapter 3595. Rumble, boom, swoosh, awoo. The overwhelming killing energy bodies continued to bombard them. Old ghost Jean Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows were exhausted from running for their lives. On one hand, they had to avoid the different forms of killing energy bodies that poured down from the 5 energy light pillars of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array above. On the other hand, they were also carefully guarding against the antimatter miniature death of the mecha giant, the light cannon as well as the hidden figure, and the withered demon blood blade that appeared from time to time, slashing towards them. There was also the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was wrapped in a 10,000-meter sea of corpse flames and blood, constantly chasing after them. In just a few minutes, the two old guys felt like a few centuries had passed. Finally, the old ancestor of the eyebrows was careless. The corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was chasing after him, waved his hand and shot out a wisp of blood-colored corpse flames. On the spot, his left calf was burned into white bones. Although he recovered in the blink of an eye with his recovery ability, the boundless pain of heart and soul burning still made him cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Yi Xian, who was outside the array, felt a chill on his back. On the other hand, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the purplish warbler were beaming with joy. The purplish warbler had been released by Yi Xian's control of the Shenong cauldron not long ago. At this moment, she had already met up with Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. She was watching the show with Yi Xian outside the array. Wow, that's awesome. Sister who plays with fire, put in more effort and roast that wretched old thing who can't even grow eyebrows. Play or not, he's the worst. If there's a chance, first cut off a pair of eyeballs, then leave him in there and slowly play with him. If there's no other way, then kill him. That's right. We can kill the other one first, but we have to keep this one. We can only vent our hatred by slowly playing with him. Hearing the infuriating words of the three girls outside the Great Confinement Formation, the headless old ancestor in the Great Confinement Formation felt very uncomfortable. He was already in an unbearable situation. Although the two old guys were both escaping in the Great Confinement Formation, they were treated the same in other aspects. However, Corpse Ancestor was still alive. However, the corpse ancestor Hitorigami had been following him closely all the time. That was the painful consequence of his flirting just now. It was definitely a painful realization for the old ancestor of the eyebrows, but it was too late. Unfortunately, it was all too late. He had been targeted by a terrifying being half-star lord in such a narrow space. His fate was doomed. Even if it was a universe realm expert, and an existence in the late stage of the universe realm, in such a situation where there was no way to escape, it was only a matter of time before he died. The old ancestor of the eyebrows didn't feel good at that moment, as if he had realized that. He had been hoping to be lucky at first, but he finally realized the seriousness of the situation when his left calf was burned by the bloody flames shot out by the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. He gritted his teeth and began to beg. He begged for mercy. My young friend, there's no grudge between us. What happened today is just a misunderstanding. A small misunderstanding doesn't warrant a life-and-death battle, does it? Don't forget that fellow cultivator Zhan Tu and I swore that we wouldn't kill you. We can't be so heartless. Hey, my young friend, can you please calm down? If this continues, then this old man will really die. To you, this is also harming others without benefiting yourself, so why bother? Yi Xian didn't say anything apart from sneering. How could he be soft-hearted at such a moment? He and the old ancestor of the eyebrows and old ghost Zhan Tu were already in an irreconcilable situation. Another 10 minutes passed, and the situation of the two old guys became even worse. Old ghost Zhan Tu was still fine because the corpse ancestor Hitorigami didn't chase after him. He only had to deal with the killing energy that was bombarding him. With his cultivation of the advanced phase of the universe state, there was no problem at all. At this moment, old ghost Zhan Tu acted as if he didn't hear the miserable howls of the eyebrows from time to time. He gritted his teeth and ignored them. In his opinion, this old guy deserved it. He couldn't be saved today. He provoked the incomplete spiritual sense origin of a desolate era expert for no reason. Moreover, he was teasing him. He was afraid that there would be no leeway for him to turn the situation around once the kid outside the formation said something. What's more, there were still 3 maidservants who hated him to the bone. While they were watching the show, they were still cheering and belittling him, adding insult to injury. However, this was also good. Someone had to bear the resentment of the other party. Now that there was an outlet, the one who would benefit in the end would be him. His only wish now was that after the eyebrows were killed, the resentment in the heart of the eyebrows would be reduced. At that time, he would pay a certain price and beg a little. At most, he would swear that he would never be enemies with the eyebrows. Basically, he would be able to resolve today's disaster. Awoo! Just as old Ghost John 2 was calculating in his heart, on the other side of the formation not far away, the miserable howls of the eyebrows were heard again. His figure had been completely engulfed by the blood-red corpse flame that enveloped the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. Amidst the miserable howls, the old ancestor's body was incessantly burned until only his bones were left. Then, new flesh and blood grew out of his body, and he was incinerated again. This cycle continued to consume his cultivation base, and he fell into a vicious cycle that made one's hair stand on end. Ah! Jean 2, you old bastard, from the beginning to the end, you have been running away silently. You don't care about me, I hate you. In the end, a long miserable howl that made one's scalp numb resounded in the void, accompanied by the resentful curse of the eyebrows. Then, everything returned to silence. If nothing unexpected happened, a supreme being of the 15th great realm of the universe should have fallen just like that. At this time, Yi Xian's indifferent voice finally sounded. It doesn't matter if the body and primordial spirit are burned, and there is no need to keep them, but you can leave the storage magic treasure. After all, he is a powerful figure of the universe, and there are still many good things on him. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, old Ghost Jean 2, who was escaping in the void on the other side, took over the conversation and said with a flattering tone, "Little friend, I am also a powerful figure of the universe, and I am the Emperor clan of the Heavenly War Empire. I am much richer than the eyebrows, old dog, as long as you like it. If you like it, we can leave everything to you. In addition, there are many treasures in the resource treasury of the Heavenly War Empire. I can swear that as long as you are magnanimous today and forgive my previous offense, I will find a way to lead you into the resource treasury of the Heavenly War Empire and let you choose 100 treasures." Chapter 3596. Yi Xian originally had the intention to kill old Ghost Jean 2, but at this moment, when he heard the Tao oath that he would try to lure him into the Heavenly War Empire's resource vault in the future and choose 100 treasures, he was immediately tempted. The Heavenly War Empire was one of the 3 empires under the immortal empire of the human race's technology camp. There was no doubt that there would be many things that Yi Xian needed in the treasure vault of the Emperor clan. The treasures and resources that could be collected in the treasure vault of the Empire's Emperor clan were of a high level and were extremely difficult to find in the outside world. In this way, Yi Xian was even more tempted. Anyway, this old guy was basically no threat to Yi Xian. As long as he was forced to swear that he would not reveal the secret of Yi Xian's identity, it was not completely unacceptable to let him live. However, before Yi Xian could say anything, the 3 girls behind him, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were already cheering. "Yeah, that's great, the treasure vault of the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor clan. There are only 4 places like this in the entire empire. The 3 empires and the immortal star each have 1. Many people can't even go in and take a look for their entire lives. Yes or no, this is a rare opportunity. I didn't expect us 3 sisters to gain a blessing in disguise today. Those who see it will get a share. Those who see it will get a share. Old guy, hurry up and swear a Tao oath. The 3 of us also want to go in and take a look. Don't pick too many, just like him, 100 treasures each will do. Don't try to decline, we are the victims. These 100 treasures are just consolation money. What are you waiting for? If we don't hear you swear, we will immediately ask the little sister in the fire dress to kill you. You know, it's easy to talk to women, especially when facing wretched old men like you." Hearing this, old Ghost Jean 2 was so angry that he was about to cry. He was extremely angry. Not long ago, the 3 girls were still hostages in his hands. Now they were blackmailing him. Old Ghost Jean 2 could only pinch his nose and accept it. This was really sullen. In the end, after a round of bargaining, the 3 girls' request of 100 treasures each was reduced to 30 treasures each. In fact, This was far beyond their expectations, so the deal was finalized happily. Old Ghost Jean too continued to flee in the sealed void. At the same time, he swore a new Tao oath, and only then did the three girls stop in satisfaction. How are these three ladies from noble families? They are simply three female bandits. Old Ghost Jean too muttered to himself. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. In the end, at Yixian's request, Old Ghost Jean too swore a third Tao oath, promising not to reveal the secret of Yixian's identity in any form. Only then did this matter finally come to an end. With a wave of his hand, Yixian kept the Dongshu shuttle, the indestructible glazed armor, and the withered demon blood blade into his body. Then, he turned the Shenong giant cauldron into a huge star, and the ancient treasure Yanluo. The other treasures that had been extorted by the eyebrowless ancestor, including the old man's own various cultivation resources and magic treasures, were all stored in the Yanluo. Yixian casually spread out his divine sense and was pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, he was worthy of being a mighty figure of the universe. He had a huge wealth. Just the interest he obtained from the eyebrowless ancestor was enough to make his eyes light up. It was also at this time that the dejected Old Ghost John too obediently took out all the resources that he had extorted from Yixian. As an apology, he also gave him a treasure space box, which contained a variety of treasures and cultivation resources. Although it was not as abundant as the eyebrowless ancestor, it was still very considerable. After all, this was the first payment that the old man had made in exchange for his life. It was also included in the previous Tao oath. At least, it had to satisfy Yixian. After putting away the treasure space box that the old man had used to redeem his life, Yixian did not continue to extort him, because there was still a female bandit behind him. Yixian had already received the first payment for his life. How could the three of them wait anxiously to collect the treasures in the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor clan's treasure house? They more or less wanted to receive some benefits. However, the other party had already agreed to let them return to the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor clan's treasure house, and each of them could choose 30 treasures. For the three girls, this was definitely an unprecedented good fortune. Old Ghost Jean too in front of them had become a big financial backer, so their tone unconsciously changed. Grandpa Jean, I know that you are not a stingy person. The three of us are not outsiders. You don't have to be too polite. Just give us a casual greeting gift. After all, you are also the Emperor clan's elder of the Heavenly War Empire. You can't take out ordinary things. It would be embarrassing if you don't give us, but don't give too much. As juniors, we are afraid of holding it. Yes, that's right. Why is your old face green? Is there something wrong with you? No, you can take out the storage magic treasure. We can each choose a little so as not to make things difficult for you. Then, Old Ghost Jean too's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and took out 3 more treasure space boxes, which blocked the 3 girls' mouths. Young friend, this old man accepts today. After finally getting rid of the 3 girls with great difficulty, Old Ghost Jean too turned around and looked at Yixian. He unwillingly continued, after this old man has arranged for the Tao oath, I will naturally contact little friend or the 3 girls. Girl, before I leave, I still have a worry in my heart. I don't know if it's small. Can you explain it to me? Yixian understood and sneered in his heart. He casually replied, Oh, tell me about it. All right, little friend is straightforward. Nodding his head, Old Ghost John too continued to ask. Before this, the treasures that little friend handed over had clearly been absorbed by the 2 of us. That Yen Luo was even refined by Wu Mei on the spot, but after that, I wonder how little friend did it? You want to know this? Yixian shrugged his shoulders and teased, Guess? The old man's body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was truly angered to death. He originally wanted to pretend to be weak and act like a grandson, and used this opportunity to find out the secrets of Yixian. He didn't expect that even with the restriction of the Tao oath, the other party still wouldn't let go of the slightest bit of information. He was extremely vigilant, which caused him to feel greatly frustrated and disheartened. In the end, Old Ghost Jean too took a deep look at Yixian and did not say anything else. He turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru behind him also looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Their words were frivolous, and it was obvious that they were up to no good. I didn't see it. How long has it been since we three sisters were captured? You brat, you actually managed to sneak into the Tianji city and even obtain the position of young patriarch of the Tianji clan.